And is this a combined class? Is this a combined class? Yes, okay. So, what was the last topic? Okay. So, have we discussed all the temple architecture and all? Dravida, Nagara, Vesara. Yes. Paintings. Then all those dances, classical dance, folk dance and all. Sculpture. Sculpture discussed. Okay. Yeah, I know for batch 7 classical dance is not done, that I know. Okay, now we will move on to another topic, South India. South India. I think the art and culture topics are almost completed for batch 3, except religion. That we will do tomorrow, today itself. Now South Indian religion is pending for batch 3. Batch 7, I think medieval India we didn't start. Okay, that we will deal separately. And today we will finish art and culture for batch 3. The classes will be completed today. And batch 7, that classical dances, ancient India, medieval India, we will deal next week. Yeah, batch 3 folk dance is not taken, that I know, that we will do. So now South India. Next topic is South India. And Chola dynasty is South India. That's what we are going to start. Okay, South India. So South India, the first topic is megalithic age. Megalithic age. First topic is megalithic age. Megalithic age is the first topic. So megalithic age refers to the time period 1000 to 300 BC. This is the time period, megalithic age. So this is the first stage of the developed South India history. Before that, prehistory is common for all. We studied in our first class that Paleolithic, Mesolithic, and Neolithic. So megalithic age, it is named after big stone structures. This culture is named after big stone structures. Big stone structures established in the memory of the dead. So mega means big, lith means stone. Megalithic structure, this age is named after big stone structures established in the memory of the dead. See, today also we bury our dead and then we create some memory stones and all them. Like that, ancient people, this megalithic culture, this people, after they bury their people, they used to keep big stone structures. And such stone structures are called megalithic age. The next very important point, megalithic age is seen throughout peninsular India. It is seen throughout the peninsular India because stone is seen in the hills only. Okay. So alluvial plains, no megalithic structure. Remember that. This is seen in the peninsular India. Megalithic age is seen throughout the peninsular India with a maximum concentration in South India. With a maximum concentration in South India. With a maximum concentration in South India. With the maximum concentration in South India. So South India, we have the maximum. Maximum is in South India, the big stone structures. And this stone structures includes, dolmen. That is the name of the structures, dolmen, menhir, Topical, Kudakkal, and cane circle. Cane circle. So these are the structures. You may just Google it when you study this and you will see the structures. And these names you should remember. The question can be, which among the following were the megalithic structures? A, B, C, D, E, like that they will ask the question. Direct question only. No need to go in depth. There is no requirement. Just understand this. The next point. Megalithic stage represents the first settled life of South India. Megalithic age represents the first settled life in South India. It represents the first settled life in South India. So this is the first civilizational stage, first settled life of South India, and it represented agro-pastoral communities. Agro-pastoral communities, agriculture and pastoralism. Agro-pastoral communities represents the agro-pastoral communities. Agro-pastoral communities. Agro-pastoral communities. Then, very important point, the first iron using community in South India. The first iron using community. So when the Aryans used iron in North India, same time South India, the megalithic people also used iron. The first iron using community of South India. First iron using community. Then next, they also engaged in trade. So they were a bit advanced. Trade practices were also there. They were engaged in trade. They were engaged in trade. Then they lived in timber houses. Timber, not mud and stone, advanced. Timber houses. Timber. Timber houses. They lived in timber houses. They were in timber houses. So that's the megalithic age. This is enough for megalithic people. Engaged in trade, TRAD, trade activities. TRAD, trade activities. Then next, Sangam age. Next topic. Sangam age. You might have heard about this term Sangam. What's this Sangam? What's the meaning of the term Sangam? Any idea? What's the meaning of the term Sangam? Group and all. So what is the Sangam of? What's the meaning of the Sangam age time period is 300 BC. BC 300 to AD 300. This is the time period. Now, the language development. What is this Sangam age? What is this Sangam meant by? What's the meaning of this Sangam? Sangam refers to the poetic assemblies. It is the assembly of the poets. Poetry as a poetic assemblies. Poetic. Sangam refers to poetic assemblies. Sangam refers to poetic assemblies held around the Madurai region. Held around the Madurai region. Held around Madurai region under the patronage of Pandya rulers. Under the patronage of Pandya rulers. Under the patronage of Pandya rulers. Patronage of Pandyas. So that is the Sangam. It's a poetic assemblies held around the Madurai region under the patronage of Pandyas. And 3 Sangam assemblies were held. 3 Sangam assemblies were held. The first one, the first Sangam was held at Madurai, which in the Tamil history known as the Mudal Sangam, first Sangam. Then there is a second one held at Kapatapuram. That is known as the Idai Sangam in Tamil history. First two Sangams. These two Sangams were presided by a person known as Agastya. President of these two Sangams was a person named Agastya. Agastya Muni, a sage. That the southernmost biosphere reserve of India is named after him, Agastya Malai. That Agastya Malai biosphere reserve all belongs to this Agastya. Biosphere reserves are always a question, okay? Every year you will get one question related to a biosphere reserve. So when you study a biosphere reserve, go through the biosphere reserve's geography, which all states it is. Then the rivers flowing through that. Any archaeological, cultural things in the biosphere reserve. See, this Tirupati comes under a biosphere reserve. Shabarimala comes under a biosphere reserve region. Like that, archaeological, cultural, historical things should be studied. Then every biosphere reserve will have some characteristic animal. That also will be there. These things you study, automatically there will be some questions. Not only the name of the biosphere reserve and the state, its rivers, geography, hills, culture, and even the human life, that can also be a question. So these two Sangam assemblies. And from these two Sangam assemblies, there is one book was there. And the first book of the Sangam, that is called Tolkapiyam. First book belongs to the second Sangam, Tolkapiyam. Tolkapiyam is the first Sangam work, and that belongs to the second assembly. Tolkapiyam. Who wrote Tolkapiyam? Any idea? Who wrote this book, Tolkapiyam? Who wrote the book Tolkapiyam? Any idea? Yeah, Tolkapiyam. Just replace that M with an R. That will be the author's name, Tolkapiyam. Tolkapiyam wrote this. And it's a book on the ancient Tamil grammar. It's a book on ancient Tamil grammar. And that was almost the common language of all the 4 southern states. Now 5. Okay, that 4 language groups, it's common heritage. Okay. Mainly Malayalam and Tamil, it is their common heritage. That is ancient Tamil grammar. At that time, both the states had the same language. Ancient Tamil, known as the Chandamil. And that got developed into 2 other languages, the present day Tamil and the Malayalam. So Tolkapiyam, written by Tolkapiyam. And the most important and the very most important Sangam is the third Sangam held at Madurai. Third Sangam held at Madurai. That's the most important one. The third Sangam held at Madurai. That's the most important one. And it was presided by a person named as Nakira. Nakira is the president of the third Sangam. Nakira. Nakira is the president of the third Sangam. Nakira. And the entire Sangam literature was developed in the third council. What we say the Sangam literature, everything was developed in this council. And Sangam literature is mainly based on 2 themes. Sangam literature is based on 2 themes, Agam and Puram. These are the 2 important themes of Sangam literature, Agam and Puram. Agam and Puram, that represents the most important themes of Sangam history, Agam and Puram. Agam and Puram. Say, what is this Agam and Puram? Any idea? What's this Agam and Puram? What's the meaning of this Agam and Puram? Any idea? in inside outside. That's it. But we cannot say that's it. Agam deals with the love. Agam deals with the love, and Puram deals with war. Agam deals with love and Puram deals with war. Agam deals with love and Puram deals with war. So war and love. That's the theme of Sangam literature. War and love. Then the Sangam works are classified into two groups. Ettu Thogai. Ettu Thogai and Pattu Pattu. One classification is Ettu Thogai, that is 8 works. And then there is another classification called Pattu Pattu. 10 songs. Ettu Thogai and Pattu Pattu. This is the major classifications of Sangam literature. Ettu Thogai and Pattu Pattu. Ettu Thogai and Pattu Pattu. Ettu Thogai is important. Sometimes they may ask the questions, which among the following represents the Sangam work and all. So you may take down the Ettu Thogai works. So these are the 8 works. Agananur, Purananur, Aingurunur, Paripadal, Kalittogai, Kurundagai, Natrinai. 7th one is pronounced as Natrinai, but spelling goes like this. 8th one is Paditipattu. Some books spelling is little different, but these are the 8 works. You remember these works, which among the following are the Sangam works. So from that language, you can understand that. But they can mix up with the later Tamil works also. So be careful about these 8 works. Then Pattu Pattu works are not that important from examination point of view. It includes the works like Madurai Kanji by Mangudi Madhurana, then Patani Palai by Kannan. So many works are there. You may look into Shankarayas Academy material if you want to study about other works. Otherwise, just this is enough. Then the most important Sangam works are the twin epics of South India. The most important Sangam works are the twin epics of South India. Silappadigaram. Silappadigaram. Silappadigaram was written by a Chera prince called Ilango Vadigal. So it was written by a Chera prince, Ilango Vadigal. And that deals with the story of Kannagi. Silappadigaram deals with the story of Kannagi. Silappadigaram, written by Ilango Vadigal. It's the story of the Kannagi. And the second one is the sequel of Silappadigaram, which is called Mani Meghalai. Mani Meghalai. And Mani Meghalai was written by a trader, Satana. Sitalai Satana. This is enough. Satana. So Silapadigaram, Manimeghalai also belongs to Sangam. Silapadigaram and Manimeghalai. Then comes the another important work, that's a famous philosophical work known as Tirukkural. Tirukkural. Tirukkural, written by Thiruvalluvar. If you go to visited this Kanyakumari, you might have seen the statue of Thiruvalluvar. Statue of Thiruvalluvar. Then there is the famous Valluvar Kottam in Chennai, named after him, a work by Karunanidhi. Then, so that's the important Sangam works. Now next, during the Sangam period, South India was ruled by 3 dynasties. During the Sangam period, the South India was ruled by 3 dynasties. South India was Manimeghalai work is about the story of Manimeghalai. That is the daughter of Madhavi and Kovilan. Okay, it's a daughter. It is from the first half. Kannagi's husband had an extramarital relation with a dancer called Madhavi. And Madhavi and that Kovilan's daughter is Manimeghalai. Her story and her conversion to Buddhism or Jainism, I don't remember right now. I think it is Jainism. That is this Manimeghalai story. So ancient Sangam age, South India was ruled by 3 dynasties. First is the Cholas who ruled over the Kaveri Delta. Cholas. The first is the Cholas who ruled over the Kaveri Delta. And the royal emblem of Chola was tiger. Tiger was the royal emblem of Cholas. Tiger. Tiger represented the royal emblem of Cholas. Tiger. And their earlier first capital was Uraiyur. Uraiyur was their first capital. Uraiyur was the first capital. And later it was shifted to Pumpuhar. Later the capital was shifted to Pumpuhar. Capital was shifted to Pumpuhar. By Karigala Chola. Karigala Chola. Karigala. K-R-I-K-L-A. Karigala Chola was the king. He shifted their capital from Uraiyur to Pumpuhar. Then the second dynasty that ruled South India during that period was Pandyas. Pandyas who ruled over the southern Tamil Nadu. That is modern Tirunelveli, Madurai region. Cholas were in the Tanjavur, Tiruchirappalli region. Second is the Pandyas who ruled over southern Tamil Nadu, that is modern day Madurai, Tirunelveli districts. And the Pandyas had the royal emblem, their capital Madurai, Pandya capital Madurai. Pandya capital Madurai. And their royal emblem was fish. Fish was their royal emblem. Fish was the royal emblem. Fish. Then the third is the Cheras who ruled over Kerala. That is southern central Kerala and the Kongunadu area of Tamil Nadu. The Coimbatore, that belt. Cheras, the third dynasty. Chera royal emblem was bow and arrow. The capital was Kariur and Vanji. Cheras at the capital, Kariur and Vanji. Kariur and Vanji, the Chera capitals. Karyur and Vanj. And these three were together called Movendar. The three ruling dynasties were together called Movendar. The three ruling dynasties were together called Movendar. Then next, hereditary monarchy was the form of the government. Chera emblem was bow and arrow. Bow and arrow. Movendar means the three crowned dynasties. Movendar. Mu means three. Vendar means the ruler. Movendar. These three collectively called Movendar. Sangam works collectively call them as Movendar. No need to worry about that. If they ask a question, they will ask the Movendar in the Indian history represents what? The three ruling dynasties of South India during the Sangam age. That's it. No need to worry about that. So Movendar is that. Then hereditary monarchy was the standard form of government. Hereditary monarchy was the standard form of the government. Everyone. This is a common feature for all. Okay. Movendar is common term. Then next, hereditary monarchy was the common form of government for all the three kingdoms. Hereditary monarchy was common. Hereditary monarchy was common for all the three. Hereditary monarchy. Hereditary monarchy was the common for all. Hereditary monarchy. Hereditary monarchy. And the king was controlled by two councils. The king was controlled by two councils named. King was controlled by two councils named Aim Perungulu. Aim Perungulu and N Perayam. So the king was controlled by two councils, Aim Perungulu and N Perayam. Aim Perungulu represents the council of five ministers. Council of five ministers. That is called Aim Perungulu. Council of five ministers. Aim Perungulu represents the council of five ministers. Aim Perungulu. N Perayam is an executive committee consisting the officers. N Perayam is an executive committee which consists the important officers of the state. Aim Perungulu and N Perayam. Terms will be asked, nothing else. No need to worry about that, functioning and all. Just remember the terms Aim Perungulu and Perayam. Then next, the most important aspect of Sangam age was the Tinais. The most important aspect of Sangam age was the Tinai. Tinai, Tinai. That's the most important aspect of the Sangam age, Tinai. The most important aspect is Tinai. Any idea what is this Tinai? In Tamil Nadu, you might have studied about Tinais. What's this Tinai? Any idea? Landscapes, place of interest, landforms, Palai, Nedal. Yeah, I don't want the name. What is this Tinai? That's what I asked. What's meant by the Tinai? So Tinai is the eco-geographic divisions of South India. Eco-geographic, economic and geographic divisions of ancient South Indian society. Eco-geographic divisions of Sangam society or South Indian society. That is, society was divided on the basis of economy and geography. So the division was not on the basis of any religion or any culture or anything. Sangam age South India society was divided on the basis of geography as well as economy. So there exist five Tinais. We can start from the top of the Western Ghats, the hill ranges. Sir, how come Pattu Pattu part of Ettu Thogai? I didn't say Pattu Pattu is a part of Ettu Thogai. I didn't say. I didn't say like that. Look at the spelling of the two. Then you will understand. So the Thinais were divided into 5. First is the Kurinji. Then the Palai. Then the Mullai. Then the Marudam. And then comes the Nedal. So Kurinji, Palai, Mullai, Marudam, Nedal. These are the 5 Thinais. And we can start from the top hill. Kurinji is the hill and forested region. Hills and forests. Hilly region and the forested region. So it is the hills and the forests at the top of the Western Ghats. So just imagine, it's a hilly forested region. What will be the human activity there? What will be the human activity in the hills and the forests? Hunting, yeah. Hunting and gathering, that was the occupation there. Hunting and gathering was occupation. Hunting and gathering. And the communities were Kadar, Vedar. Kadar and Vedar were the communities. The tribals. Even today, the tribals remains the same. Kadar and the Vedar. And their god was Murugan. So remember the Murugan sitting at the top of the Palani hill. Okay, Palani hill, he is sitting at the top of the Palani hill. So he was the god of that hilly region, the tribal god, Murugan. Tribal god of South India was assimilated into the Brahminical religion, and he was born as the son of Shiva, as the Kartikeya in the north. Okay, it was taken from South India. Murugan was taken from South India, added to the Brahminical religion. Assimilation of the culture we studied in the ancient India class. Then comes the Palai. Palai is the rain shadow region of Western Ghats, the dry land. It's a dry land. Dry land. So it's a dry land, that means nothing is possible there. It's almost like a semi-desert zone. No agriculture, no pastoralism, no activity. So to survive, what will be the job? What will be the occupation of the people of Palai? Yeah, plunder. They were the robbers. Plunder was the occupation there. Plunder. They used to plunder others. Plunder was the occupation. And the community were Maravar and Kallar. They were the communities. Maravar and Kallar were the communities. And their god was Kotravai. And this Kotravai became the Kali of North India. Okay, Kotravai was the god. They used to do the sacrifices before this goddess. And this was abducted and became the Kali Durga concept of North. Kotravai. Then the Mullai, that's the grasslands. And in the grassland, what will be the occupation? What will be the occupation in the grassland? Agriculture is not possible in the grassland. Pastoralism. Pastoralism was occupation. Pastoralism. Pastoralism was occupation. Animal rearing. Community. Ayar. Idayar. Ayar and Idayar were the community. Ayar and Idayar were the community. God was Mayon, and this Mayon became Sri Krishna. Mayon. Mayon was the god. Mayon was taken from South India, and Mayon re-emerged in North India. Mayon was taken from here. He re-emerged in North India as Sri Krishna. Mayon. Then the Maridam, the plains, the plain land, Tanjavur and all. In the plain land, agriculture. Agriculture was the occupation in the plain land, agriculture. Community was Uravar. Uravar was the community. Uravar was the community and the god was Indra. Indra was the god. Indra was the god. And the last is the Naidal, that is the coastal region. Naidal, the coastal region. So from the top of the Western Ghats to the coast of the South India. Coastal region, Naidal. Activity, fishing and salt making. Fishing and salt making, the activity. Fishing and salt making, the activity. Fishing and salt making. So that was the activity, fishing and salt making. Community, Meenavar and Paradavar. Meenavar and Paradavar. Meenavar and Paradavar. Meenavar and Paradavar. God was Varuna. Varuna was the god. So this is the Sangam society, and tonight is very important examination point of view. So that's tonight. The next, the Sangam text informs that Varna system, Palay occupation is plunder, robbery, looting. There existed Varna system, Sati, child marriage, Varna system, Sati, child marriage, slavery in Sangam society. Sangam books informs that Varna system, Sati, child marriage, slavery all existed in the Sangam society. See, this is the period where Brahmanism entered South India. So obviously these all can be there. Then the book Tolkappiyam mentions about 8 types of Vedic marriages in South India. 8 types of Vedic marriages in South India. Mentions about 8 types of Vedic marriages in South India. This is in the Vedic age, but I didn't mention there because I wanted to mention here. So Tolkappiyam mentions that 8 types of Vedic marriages that is prevalent here also in South India, and that 8 marriages were Brahma, Arsha, Daiva, Prajavatya. Among the 8, 4 are accepted. The 4 accepted marriages are this 4. Brahma, Arsha, Daiva, and Prajavatya. And what's this Brahma marriage? Brahma marriage is a well-arranged marriage. It's an arranged marriage is called the Brahma marriage. Father will go searching a bride for his son. Such a arranged marriage is called a Brahma marriage. Brahma marriage is an arranged marriage. Then next is Arsha marriage. Arsha marriage, a bull and a cow is given as dowry. It's a marriage in which a bull and cow is given as dowry. So in one hand you will give your daughter's hand, and in the other hand you will give the tail of a cow and a bull. That is this Arsha marriage. Daiva is a marriage with a priest. You are marrying your daughter to a priest. That is called a Daiva. Priests are close to God. So Daiva, think in that way. Never try to by heart the things. Try to relate the things and you will be in a position to deal with that. Okay, Deva. Prajavatya. Prajapati means rich. Okay, or the top of the Praja. This is a show of marriage, well dowried marriage. That is a marriage with a huge dowry that is called Prajavatya. Then the unaccepted marriages in the society. The last four are unaccepted. These are the last one. Gandharva is a secret marriage by the lovers. Secret marriage by the lovers. You might have seen in the movies. A guy will cut his thumb with a sword and put that blood mark on the girl. That is called Gandharva marriage. So simple. Marriage is done. Just take a knife, cut it, put the blood on the forehead of the girl. That is called the Gandharva marriage. Secret marriage between the lovers. Then Asura. Asura is the marriage by purchase. That is, you pay huge money to girl's family and forcibly get a marriage. That means you are a rich man, girl's family is not that rich. You pay huge sum to the relatives of the girl and force the girl to marry you. Such a marriage is called Asura marriage. Then comes the Rakshasa. Then comes Rakshasa, that is marrying a girl by abducting her. Abduct a girl and marry her, that is called a Rakshasa. Rakshasa marriage. Abduction. Rakshasa. And the last is Paishaja. That is sexual relationship with a girl by making her unconscious. That is called a Paishaja. That is sexual relation with a girl by making her unconscious. I don't know how the last two are called marriage. Last two are just called as rape only, not any marriage. But anyway, these are the 8 types of marriages listed in the Sangam text. So that's the Sangam age. And much of the Sangam age is exaggerations and all. So the history we are not following there. The stories goes like that some South Indian king conquered the Himalayas. Then another king claims that if he conquered Himalaya, then I conquered the sky. So he said that I conquered sky like that. So we are not following that. Okay, the kings used to take the title Imaya Varamban. I called Himalayam, that is Himalaya. Another fellow said that I am Vana Varamban. I conquered up to sky. So many stories are there. So we are not authenticating that story. So that part is not asked in the examination as such. So we are leaving that stories. Now next, South India history. 300, AD 300 to 600. South India history, AD 300 to 600. AD 300 to 600, the South India history. AD 300 to 600. The South Indian history during this period is not that clear. We don't have the proper evidence for the South India history during this period. This 300 period is dark in the history of South India. Nothing is there. So the history of South India during this period is unclear. And during this period, South India was ruled by a group called Kalabhras. During this period, South India was ruled by Kalabhras. Kalabhras. They destroyed the Brahmanical domination and Varna system in South India. They destroyed the Brahmanical domination and Varna system in South India. They destroyed the Varna system and the Brahmanical domination. South Indian Varna system was just a twin division of Brahmins and non-Brahmins. The North Indian style, the fourfold was not established here. Brahmins had a contempt to all South Indians, so they divided the South Indian society just into two, Brahmins and non-Brahmins. That was the Varna system here. And the Brahmanical domination was established in the post-Maurya period. Post-Maurya period. And later, that after 300, there was some backlash, we have to believe like that, against the domination. And Kalabras were a group emerged here, and they suppressed the Brahmanical domination and they destroyed the Varna system. Then during this period, Buddhism and Jainism had a huge growth in South India. During this period, Buddhism and Jainism had a huge growth in South India. During this period, Buddhism and Jainism had a huge growth in South India. Huge growth in South India. Buddhism and Jainism had huge growth in South India during this period. Huge growth in South India. And the Brahmanical books mentions Kalabras as evil rulers. So that is obvious because they were thrown out and they cannot call the Kalabras as angel rulers. So this is what we know about them. Some Brahmanical books after 600 AD, they mention Kalabras as evils who ruled South India during this period. Probably from historical explanation, what I say is that Kalabras were maybe good rulers. Because one who destroyed the Varna system and all, they should be good on. They might have destroyed all the dominations of the Brahmanical system. So they disliked them. Maybe the good works of the Kalabras, that 300 years history, might have been destroyed. The books that might have written about the good rule of Kalabras might have destroyed. And once the Kalabras were overthrown, again the Brahmanical system had a firm rooting in South India. They might have erased the history of the Kalabras and painted them in dark. That is the reason. Otherwise, we have the proper, some history of before 300 AD is there, after 600 AD is there. How come this 300 years becomes dark in South India? Probably the history of that period was erased. That is what we can believe. And one more point here. It was during this period, Sangam literature got a written form. Sangam literature got a written form. So Sangam literature, Sangam age is 300 BC to 300 AD. But the Sangam works that got a written form, that was not during the Sangam age, after the Sangam age. Very important point, make it clear. Sangam books were not written during the Sangam age. It was just what we can say, the Sangam assembly, the poets used to chant this and they memorized that, and it was a memory tradition. Later, it got a written form only after the Sangam age. So Sangam works were developed during Sangam period, but it got a written form after Sangam age. Clear? Okay. Then next, South India history, 300 to 900. Sorry, 600 to 900 AD. South India history, AD 600 to 900. Once again, the next, Sangam age, AD 600 to 900. During this period, two mighty empires emerged in South India. Two big empires emerged in South India. During this period, during the Sangam period, during this period, two mighty empires emerged in South India. Two mighty empires emerged in South India. Two mighty empires emerged in South India. And they were the Pallavas of Kanchi. Pallavas of Kanchi and the Chalukyas of Badami. Chalukyas of Badami. Badami was the capital in northern Karnataka, Kanchipuram. So two mighty empires emerged. They competed for the control of. These two always competed for the control of. These two competed for the control of Krishna Tungabhadra Doab. Competed for the control of Krishna Tungabhadra Doab. Doab means land between two rivers. So they competed for the control of the land between Krishna and Tungabhadra. They competed for the control of Krishna Tungabhadra Doab and Krishna Godavari Delta. And Krishna Godavari Delta. That is the coastal Andhra. So coastal Andhra and the Krishna Tungabhadra Doab, these two powers fought against each other for the control of these regions. And this is a historical bone of contention. Chalukyas, Pallavas, later Cholas and Rashtrakutas, then between the Vijayanagara and the Bahmanis. So this was a bone of contention always. So for these two regions, these dynasties fought against each other. Next point. Pallava dynasty was established by Simha Vishnu. Pallava dynasty was established by Simha Vishnu, who was also called Avani Simha. Who was also called Avani Simha. Simha Vishnu, who was also called Avani Simha. Avani Simha. Then, during the period of Pallava ruler Mahendra Varman, during the period of Pallava ruler Mahendra Varman, that is in the 7th century, 7th century AD, during the period of Mahendra Varman, during the period of Pallava king Mahendra Varman, the Chalukya king Pulakeshi II, the Chalukya king Pulakeshi II, Chalukya king Pulakeshi II, Chalukya king Pulakeshi II defeated the Pallavas 3 times. Defeated the Pallavas 3 times. Defeated the Pallavas 3 times. So Pallavas were defeated 3 times by the Chalukyas. Mahendra Varman's son and successor, Mahendra Varman's son and successor, Narasimha Varman, first. Mahendra Varman's son and successor, Narasimha Varman first, defeated and killed Pulakeshi. So revenge was taken. Defeated and killed Pulakeshi. Defeated and killed Pulakeshi in the battle of Manimangalam. In the battle of Manimangalam, 642, AD 642. 642. So Mahendra Varman's son, Narasimha Varman first, he killed Pulakeshi in the battle of Manimangalam in 642 and took the title. And Narasimha Varman took the title Vadabi Konda. Vadabi Konda. Vadabi was another name of Badami. So conqueror of Badami or Vadabi. So he took the title Vadabi Konda. Very important title. Vadabi Konda was the title of Narasimha Varman first. Vadabi Konda. Narasimha Varman also had the title. Narasimha Varman, he also had the title. Any idea what was the other title of Narasimha Varman? Another famous title. What's the other title of Narasimha Varman? Yeah. Mamalla or Mahamalla. Mahamalla. Mamalla. Tamil language it will be Mamalla. The books uses the title Mahamalla. And he established the Mamallapuram, the Mahabalipuram. Mamallapuram. Mamallapuram. Then next, the conflict continued. The conflict continued. And in the 8th century, Chalukya king Vikramaditya. 8th century, Chalukya king Vikramaditya occupied Kanchi. So reverse came back after almost 80 years. Chalukya king Vikramaditya conquered Kanchi. Chalukya king what? Sir, earlier Pallava king Pulakeshi was defeated by Chalukya. I didn't say like that. I said Pallava king Mahendravarman. He was defeated by Chalukya king Pulakeshi, not Puligeshi. His name is not a Puli. His name is Pulakeshi. Okay, it is not Puligeshi. Puligeshi is wrong. His name is not a Puligeshi. His name is Pulakeshi, P-U-L-A, and nothing to do with any tiger. Okay, so it is Pulakeshi. Pulakeshi, he defeated the Pallavas 3 times. So Pallavas were defeated 3 times. Revenge was taken by Mahendravarman's son, Narasimhavarman. He defeated the Chalukya king Pulakeshi II and killed him and re-established the glory of Pallavas. Okay. Now, even after that death and all, still the Chalukyas and the Pallavas fought. 200 years of history is there because there is no need to mention all this. Important events only we need to study. 8th century, another Chalukya king Vikramaditya. He conquered Kanji and he established a Kannada inscription. He established a Kannada inscription. He established a Kannada inscription at the Kailasnath temple of Kanchipuram. Kailasnath temple of Kanchipuram. He didn't destroy Kanchi, but he made a Kannada inscription in the Kailasnath temple of Kanchipuram. Kailasnath temple of Kanchipuram. Then in 753 AD, in 753 AD, the Chalukya dynasty came to an end. The Chalukya dynasty came to an end. Chalukya dynasty came to an end when its last ruler Kirtivarman, was overthrown by Dandi Durga. Who established the Rashtrakuta dynasty. Dandi Durga, who established the Rashtrakuta dynasty. Rashtrakuta dynasty was established by Dandi Durga. Rashtrakuta. By Dandi Durga. Pallava dynasty was overthrown in 897. Pallavas continued for more than 100 years more. Pallavas were overthrown in 897. Pallavas were overthrown in 897 by Chola king Aditya I. By Chola king Aditya I. And the last Pallava ruler was Aparajita Varman. Aparajita Varman. Last Pallava ruler was Aparajita Varman. Aparajita Varman. Okay. Then next, the Pallavas were great patrons of art and culture. Pallavas were great patrons of art and culture. Pallavas were the great patrons of art and culture. Pallavas, they were the great patrons of art and culture. They developed a Dravida style of temple architecture that we explained earlier, so no need to repeat. They developed the Dravida style of temple architecture. Then they patronized scholars like Dandin. They patronized scholars like Dandin, who wrote the books Avandi Sundari Gada. Avandi Sundari Gada. Wrote the books Avandi Sundari Gada and Dashakumara Charitam. Dashakumara Charitam. So two books written by Dandin, and this Dandin was patronized by the Pallavas. Dandin was a writer. I said that he is a scholar. Dandin, the Pallavas patronized Dandin, who wrote the books Avandi Sundari Gada and Dashakumara Charitam. From that, it is clear that he is a writer, a celebrated writer. Then another writer was Bharavi. So Pallavas, they patronized scholars like Dandin and Bharavi. Dandin wrote these two books, and Bharavi wrote the famous book Kiradarjuniyam. 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 Then Pallava king Mahendra Varman was a scholar, and he wrote the text. Pallava king Mahendra Varman was a scholar. Pallava king Mahendra Varman was a scholar. And he wrote the text. Matta Vilasa Prahasana. He wrote the text. Matta Vilasa Prahasana. Matta Vilasa Prahasana. Matta Vilasa Prahasana. Matta Vilasa Prahasanam is a book written by Pallava king Mahendra. Then Pallavas also patronized education. Pallavas also patronized education. Kanchi was a great center of learning. Kanchi was a great center of learning. It was famous for Gaddigas. It was famous for Gaddigas. It was famous for Gaddigas. That is the educational institutions associated with the religious centers. Educational institutions associated with religious centers. Gaddiga. Educational institutions associated with the religious centers. Gaddigas is very important. Gadigas are the religious institutions, educational institutions associated with the religious centers. And in the Gadigas, Sanskrit learning was important. Sanskrit education. It's not the common language of like Tamil or Kannada or Telugu or Malayalam. Education syllabus was Sanskrit only. So Sanskrit learning was given there. Then the Chinese traveler Huanzhang. The Chinese traveler Huanzhang visited Kanji. Chinese traveler Huanzhang visited Kanji for education. Chinese traveler Huanzhang visited Kanji for education. During the period of Narasimhavarman first. So that can be a question. Huanzhang visited Kanji during the period of which king? Narasimhavarman first. Visited Kanji during the period of Narasimhavarman first. Visited Kanji during the period of Narasimhavarman first. Clear? Then next, Pallavas. Oh, sorry, Pallavas is over. Now Chalukyas. Chalukya dynasty was established in the 6th century. Chalukya dynasty was established in the 6th century by Pulakeshi first. So remember, it is Pulakeshi, not Puli. Pulakeshi first. This dynasty was called Satyashraya Kula. Satyashraya Kula. So if a question asks, Satyashraya is a title of which rulers? Chalukya rulers. This dynasty was called Satyashraya Kula. Satyashraya Kula. Then next, the greatest ruler was Pulakeshi II. The greatest ruler was Pulakeshi II. Pulakeshi II, the third king of this dynasty. He was the third king of this dynasty. First was Pulakeshi, then went Mangalesh, and then comes Pulakeshi II. Already we mentioned that he conquered Kanji 3 times. He defeated North Indian Emperor Harsha. He ended Harsha's Harsha. Okay. He defeated the North Indian Emperor Harsha on the banks of Narmada River. He defeated North Indian Emperor Harsha on the banks of Narmada River. So Harsha's attempt to conquer South India was destroyed by Chalukya king of Badami, Pulakeshi. And after this victory, Pulakeshi took the title Parameshwara. After this, Pulakeshi took the title Parameshwara. Pulakeshi took the title Parameshwara. Parameshwara was the title of Pulakeshi. Parameshwara. Then he conquered Vengi region of Andhra. He conquered Vengi region of Andhra. That is the coastal Andhra region. Chalukya time period is 575 to 753 AD. That is the time period of the Chalukyas. So Vengi, Chalukyas, this man, Pulakeshi II conquered Vengi, and made his brother Vishnuvardhana the king. Vishnuvardhana, the king of Vengi. Vishnuvardhana, the king of Vengi. So he was a loving brother. He made his brother also a king. He conquered Andhra region and made his brother Vishnuvardhana, the king of Vengi, and thus started the Vengi Chalukya dynasty. Thus started the Vengi Chalukya dynasty, also called Eastern Chalukya dynasty. So many Chalukya dynasties in India. What we say about is the original Chalukyas, Chalukyas of Badami. Then the Pulakeshi created another dynasty for his brother, that is Vengi Chalukya or Eastern Chalukya dynasty. It's in the eastern side of India, that is Andhra side. That's the Eastern Chalukya dynasty. Clear? Then next, the achievements of Pulakeshi. The achievements of Pulakeshi was written as Aihole Prashasti. Written as Aihole Prashasti. So like we studied Prayaga Prashasti and all. Here there is an inscription written for the glory of Pulakeshi. Aihole Prashasti. Aihole is a place in Karnataka. Aihole Prashasti written by his poet Ravi Girti. Written by his poet Ravi Girti. Written by his poet Ravi Girti. Written in Sanskrit language, Kannada script. Sanskrit language and Kannada script. Sanskrit language and Kannada script. So written in Sanskrit language, but in Kannada script, so that people can read and understand it. So Kannada language, Sanskrit language, Kannada script. And then the Chalukyas were great patrons of art and culture. Chalukyas were great patrons of art and culture. They patronized Vesara style of temple architecture. Vesara style of temple architecture. And also the sculptures at Ravanapadi cave. Sculptures at Ravanapadi cave, Aihole. Sculptures at Ravanapadi cave, Aihole. Here all the religions are there. All religion sculptures are there. Ravanapadi cave, Aihole. Pallavas and Chalukyas were religious tolerant. Both Pallavas and Chalukyas were religious tolerant. Both were the supporters of Brahmanical religion. Both were the followers of Brahmanical religion. That is Hindu religion. Both were the followers of Brahmanical religion, but also supported Buddhism and Jainism. But also supported Buddhism and Jainism. Also supported Buddhism and Jainism. Pallavas and Chalukyas, that's a both. Both Pallavas and Chalukyas. I said like that. Both Pallavas and Chalukyas. Now in the last stage of South India history, South India history 900 to 1300. Yeah, they were the followers of Brahmanism. 900 to 1300. And here comes the Cholas. The Chola dynasty was established in 850 AD by Vijayalaya Chola. So Chola dynasty was established by Vijayalaya Chola in 850 AD, who established his capital at Tanjavur. Who established his capital at Tanjavur. Vijayalaya Chola and Tanjavur. Then next, in 897 AD, Chola King Aditya conquered Tondai Mandalam. Tondai Mandalam. That is northern Tamil Nadu. I said Chola capital, Urayur and Bumbuhar. That was some 1,000 years back. Now the situation's changed. That was in Sangam age. This is now when? 850 AD. Almost 1,000 years plus past. This is not the last Cholas. That Cholas is over. This is another Cholas. The other one is Sangam Chola. This is the later Cholas. And both Cholas, no relation. Only name is the relation. Okay. Hope your doubt is clear. That Cholas and all were finished by 300 AD. That's why I said that 300 to 600 they ruled Calabras. See, South India history was something like this. That is. So during the Sangam age, during the Sangam age, there existed these three kingdoms: the green color Chera, the red color Chola, and the Pandya. This was the ruling groups for almost these three ruled South India during the 300 BC to 300 AD. This was the first ruling groups of South India. So 300 years or the Sangam age, South India was ruled by Chola, Chera, Pandya. And this Chola, Chera, this Cholas, Cheras, and Pandyas came to an end. They were overthrown by one second. They were overthrown by these Kalavaras. So that is from 300 to 600. South India was ruled by Kalavaras only. So Kalavaras, they ruled. These three blue colored Kalavaras, they ruled for 300 to 600. Then Kalavaras were overthrown, and there came the Chalukyas, Pallavas, Cheras, and Cholas, Cheras and Pandyas. So this was the time period during 600 to 900. Chalukya, Pallava, Chera, and Pandya. And then Chalukyas and the Pallavas were gone, and there came from 900 onwards, Chalukyas were overthrown by Rashtrakutas. Rashtrakutas ruled Karnataka. Then Pallavas also came to an end. Cholas came to the rule. This is the South Indian history. Okay, this Chola, that Chola had no relation. Then where did I stop? Yeah. Chola ruler Aditya Chola conquered Tondai Mandalam from the Pallavas. That is northern Tamil Nadu. Already I mentioned that Pallavas were defeated by Aditya Chola, the same thing. So here that Tondai Mandalam is the term to be remembered. Tondai Mandalam is northern Tamil Nadu. So Cholas who ruled only in south now expanded to the Chennai belt, Tondai Mandalam. Then in the 10th century, I said that Cholas and this Cholas no relation. Then don't ask they are the descendants and all. No relation. Sir, but Chola ruler Rajendra Chola conquered Bengal. Why? Let me finish. Okay, I know that thing. I will say that. Just wait. Okay. Then next is the 10th century. Chola ruler Parandaga first. Chola ruler Parandaga first. Parandaga first. He conquered Madurai from Pandyas. So Pandyas came to an end. In the 10th century, Chola ruler Parandaga first conquered Madurai. Parandaga first conquered Madurai. And he took the title Madurai Konda. He took the title Madurai Konda. Okay, now take a break, 10 minutes. Welcome back. So, Madurai Konda. Next. The greatest Chola ruler was Rajaraja Chola first. Rajaraja Chola. So the greatest ruler was Rajaraja Chola. His time period 985 to 1014. 985 to 1014. That's the time period of Rajaraja Chola. 985 to 1014. Rajaraja Chola. He conquered Maldives, Lakshadweep, conquered Maldives and Lakshadweep. He defeated all the South Indian rulers. He defeated all the South Indian rulers like the Cheras, Gangas of Mysore, Chalukyas of Vengi, and the Kalyani Chalukyas of Karnataka. Kalyani Chalukyas. Kalyani Chalukyas of Karnataka. You may write in the bracket. Kalyani Chalukya dynasty was established by Tailaba II. Tailaba II in 973 AD. Kalyani Chalukya dynasty was established by Tailaba II in 973 AD by overthrowing the Rashtrakuta dynasty. Overthrowing the Rashtrakuta dynasty. Then Rajaraja Chola also conquered northern Sri Lanka. Rajaraja Chola also conquered northern Sri Lanka. And renamed it. See, he conquered this northern hub of Sri Lanka. And renamed it Mummudi Chola Mandala. Northern hub of Sri Lanka was conquered and renamed it as a province of Cholas called Mummudi Chola Mandala. Then during the period of Rajaraja Chola, Vijayatunga Varman, the king of the Shailendra dynasty of Malaya. So during the period of Rajaraja Chola, Vijayatunga Varman, the king of the Shailendra dynasty of Malaya, established Chudamana Buddhist monastery. He established Chudamana Buddhist monastery at Nagapattinam. Nagapattanam. Nagapattanam is in Tamil Nadu. Nagapattanam is a district. Nagapattanam. Nagapattanam. So in Tamil Nadu, a Malaya ruler established a Buddhist monastery during the period of Rajaraja Chola. Then Rajaraja Chola's temple activities and all we already mentioned. Malaya means Malaysia, Malaya Peninsula. That even today also it is Malay Peninsula. Okay. Then what? Rajaraja Chola's titles. Rajaraja Chola's titles. Chola Martanda. Chola Martanda. Chola Martanda. Jayagonda, conqueror of victory. Jayagonda. Chola Martanda. Mummudi Chola. Then Mummudi Chola. Mummudi Chola. Mummudi Chola. So these are the titles of Rajaraja Chola. Rajaraja Chola was succeeded by his son. Rajaraja Chola was succeeded by his son, Rajendra Chola. Rajaraja Chola was succeeded by his son, Rajendra Chola. Succeeded by his son, Rajendra Chola. Rajendra Chola. And Rajendra Chola, like his father, he was also a very illustrious ruler. He kept South India under his control. He kept South India under his control. Kept South India under his control. Also completed the conquest of Sri Lanka. He kept South India under his control. Kept South India under his control. Then completed the conquest of Sri Lanka. He completed the conquest of Sri Lanka. That is, Rajaraja Chola half completed. He completed the conquest of Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka was fully conquered. Then he conquered the Indonesian islands. He conquered Indonesian islands of Java, Sumatra. He conquered the Indonesian islands of Java, Sumatra, and also the parts of Malay Peninsula. Also the parts of Malaya Peninsula. Also the parts of Malaya Peninsula. And after this conquest, he took the title Kadaram Konda. After this conquest, he took the title Kadaram Konda. Kadaram Konda. Kadaram Konda. Then he conquered Kalinga, that is Odisha. He conquered Kalinga. He conquered Kalinga. And crossed river Ganga. He conquered Kalinga and crossed river Ganga and defeated Mahibala. Defeated Mahibala, the Pala king of Bengal. Defeated Mahibala, the Pala king of Bengal. So the South Indian ruler marching to north, conquering that Bengal, which was a dominant dynasty of North India at that time. He defeated Mahipala, the Pala ruler of Bengal. And after this victory, he took the title Gangai Konda Chola. After this victory, he took the title Gangai Konda Chola. After this victory, he took the title Gangai Konda Chola. Gangaikonda, conqueror of Ganga. Gangaikonda Chola, and also established a new capital, Gangaikonda Cholapuram. Gangaikonda Cholapuram. That's on the banks of Kaveri, now in Tiruchirappalli district. Gangaikonda Cholapuram. Gangaikonda Cholapuram. Gangaikonda Cholapuram. Then after Rajendra Chola, Cholas began to decline. After Rajendra Chola, the Cholas began to decline. In 1070, a Vengi Chalukya prince was adopted. In 1070, a Vengi Chalukya prince was adopted. In 1070, a Vengi Chalukya prince was adopted. A Vengi Chalukya prince was adopted and made the Chola king. A Vengi Chalukya prince was adopted and made Chola king. But anyway, he was this Chalukya prince was 75% Chola by blood, okay? Because there was a matrimonial relation between Cholas and the Cholas and the Vengi Chalukyas from the period of Rajaraja Chola. Rajendra Chola's period also that continued. So though this prince was a Vengi Chalukya prince, 75% of the blood was Chola only. So he was adopted and made the Chola king as Kulotunga Chola first. Kulotunga Chola. Kulotunga Chola first. Kulotunga Chola first. Then he abolished the tolls on the highways. He abolished all the tolls on the highways. He abolished all the tolls on the highways. He abolished all the tolls on the highways and thus got the title Zungam Tavirtha Chola. Thus got the title Zungam Tavirtha Chola. Zungam Tavirtha Chola. Toll is called as Zungam in Tamil. Malayalam we say it as Chungam. Zungam Tavirtha Chola. And finally, in the 13th century, the Chola dynasty was overthrown by the Pandyas. Finally, the Chola dynasty was overthrown by the Pandyas. So once again, Pandyas came back. Maravarman Kulashekara Pandya. No need to write the name. Remember that Cholas were overthrown by the Pandyas, and then the Pandyas were overthrown by Muhammad bin Tughlaq. Then the Pandyas were overthrown by Muhammad bin Tughlaq. Muhammad bin Tughlaq. Pandya king's name Kulashekara Pandya. Kulashekara Pandya. Maravarman Kulashekara Pandya. There's an MGR movie is also there. Madurai Veendadutha Pandya. Then next, the Chola administration. The Chola administration. See, the most important aspect of Chola administration, Malik Kafur defeated the Pandyas but not overthrown. Pandyas allowed to rule. I mentioned that in the medieval India class. Malik Kafur didn't destroy the Pandya dynasty. Malik Kafur defeated the Pandyas but allowed in Khalji never incorporated South India directly to Delhi Sultanate. He allowed Sundara Pandya to continue. But only when Muhammad bin Tughlaq came, he destroyed the Pandya dynasty and took the direct control over. Okay. The next, batch 7, no need to worry, that I will explain in the medieval India class. And batch 3, I had already discussed that. Then next, the Chola administration. The most important aspect of Chola administration was its local self-governance. Autonomous local self-governance. The most important aspect of Chola administration was its autonomous local self-governance. Autonomous local self-governance. Autonomous local self-governance. See, Chola central administration and revenue administration, you look into the Shankar IAS Academy material. It's not that important also, but some few terms are there that you can look into the Shankar Academy material. But this local self-government is an area where every year you will get a question. Almost every year. In the last 10 years, I think 7 times the question was asked on the Chola local self-government only. So just like today, we have the Panchayati Raj system with autonomous, almost autonomous panchayats. 1000 years back, the Cholas also had this. And that is very important. The local self-governments of the Cholas. There existed 3 types of local self-governments. 3 types of local self-governments. Sabha or Mahasabha. Then Ur. And then Nagara. So these are the 3 types of village assemblies. Sabha or Mahasabha, Ur, and Nagara. These are the 3 types of village assemblies. Sabha or Mahasabha was an assembly of Brahmins only Brahmins. That is in the Brahmin villages only. The villages where only Brahmins are there. Such villages were there at that time. You know the Agraharas and all. Agraharas are exclusively Brahmin settlements. Okay, such things. I think the Agraharas are still there in Tamil Nadu. In Kerala, we have some Agraharas in Trivandrum and Palakkad. Okay, Sabha, Mahasabha. So that's a Brahmin village. Ur is an assembly of mixed caste. Mixed caste. That's a common type of village. All castes are there. Mixed caste. And Nagaram was an assembly where the traders and merchants were in play. It was an assembly of traders and merchants, the towns and all. Sabha, Mahasabha, Ur and Nagara. Then, next, the Uttaramerur inscription of Parandaga Chola gives information about this village assemblies. The Uttaramerur inscription. The Uttaramerur inscription of Parandaga Chola. Parandaga Chola. Uttaramerur inscription of Parandaga Chola dated 919 and 921 AD. So 2 inscriptions are there. One in 919 and another one is 921. That inscriptions of Parandaga Chola that gives us information regarding this village assemblies. Now let's see how this assemblies worked. Each village was divided into 30 wards. So like today also our panchayats and the municipalities and the corporation divided into the wards, the same way the village assemblies were divided into 30 wards. And the members were elected on the basis of eligibility and ineligibility. There were some eligibility and ineligibility criteria. Eligibility criteria, ineligibility criteria. The members were elected on the basis of some eligibility and ineligibility. Eligibility and ineligibility. Eligibility and ineligibility. Eligibility, first one, there was an age restriction. You should be 35 and you should not be more than 70. Age criteria, minimum age, maximum age. And today in India, we have minimum age. What's the minimum age to be a panchayat or the local self-government member in India? What's the minimum age? Yeah, 21. 21 is the age. Then for MLA and MLC, to become an MLA, what's the age? 25. MLC, Legislative Council, okay, Rajya Sabha and Lok Sabha also the same, 25 and 30. So you know that better. Good. Then next. Then, so that's 35 to 70. Then second one, ownership of land. Ownership of land. Ownership of land. One should own the land. That is a property criteria is there. Meaning was that you should not enter the assembly to make it a income source. You should have your own income source. That was the reason that you should own agricultural land. Don't enter the assembly to make it a business. Okay. Today, if you enter the local self-government only, you can make crores. That's the situation in India after the Panchayati Raj. And all the Panchayati Raj members, not all, there are good people also, but there are many who makes it's an opportunity. And it is the real system. You know how the Panchayats and the corporations function. The ruling party will take 70% of the fund and 30% they will divide it give to the opposition members so that everyone is happy, so no trouble. And the media is always going behind the ministers and MLAs to an extent. No one takes a look on what is happening within the corporations, municipalities, and the panchayats. And the biggest bribe happens in the so-called the second tier, the block panchayat. In Kerala, we have the block panchayat, only kept to get the central funds. And that's the area where no accountability at all. Entire funds is siphoned. That's what happening in the block panchayats. So ownership of the land. Then the third one, ownership of a resident. Ownership of residence. You should have your own residence. Don't take money for residence allowance and all. So one should have his own house. Residence should be there. And the fourth one is knowledge of Vedic mantras. Knowledge of Vedic mantras. That is some educational qualification. Vedic mantras. Some educational qualifications is also required. Educational qualification. I already said that education of that time is based on the Sanskrit learning. So automatically the syllabus is Vedic. Don't think that this is only for the Brahmins, but the education of that time is Vedic mantra. So a property criteria, house, ownership of the residence, these were the requirements. Then ineligibility, interesting. First one, continuous membership for 3 times. Continuous membership for 3 times. That is, if you become an MLA for 3 terms continuously, 4th term you should not contest. So some restriction, you should give opportunity to others. So here in the village assembly, if you are a member consecutively 3 times, that is continuously, 4th time you cannot be a member. Gap, this year you are a member, not a member next year, then you can, but at a time, 3 times in a day. Then second one, so if you are a member 3 times, you won't be there. Then if an existing member fails to submit his account for the last year, fails to submit his account, that means you are a member and you fail to furnish the details of your work for the last year. If you fail to submit that, there is a reason that there will be some corruption is there. That's the thing. If you are a member, you should furnish the details of your work for the last 1 year. Then only you will be allowed to enter. Third one, if a person or his family members indulges in criminal activities. If a person who aspires to be a member, not only him, he and his family should be free of criminal activities. So you are a member. If your brother or son are criminals, no chance to enter there. So it is a complete no to criminalization there. So if you or your close relatives indulges in criminal activities, then no chance to be a member. Fourth one, if a person indulges in theft. Theft was considered very bad than other criminal activities. So that was given a separate heading, theft. Outside the criminal activities, this was considered very bad, theft. A thief won't be allowed to enter the assembly. That's the idea. Because if a thief enter there, he will take everything from that also. So no thief is allowed there. So these were the step. So these are the four: eligibility, ineligibility. Then women not allowed to be the members. Women not allowed to be the members. 1,000 years back, okay, we can understand the situation. Women not allowed to be the members of the society. Then the members were elected through a lottery system. Members were elected through a lottery system. It is not through a election voting and all. And that lottery system was called a Kudavole. Kudavole. Kudam means pot, ole means palm leaf. Idea is that after all the eligibility, ineligibility is taken, eligible members, their name will be written in palm leaves and it will be put into a pot. And then a boy, age less than 12 years, will be asked to take the names randomly. So he will take 30 names randomly. So luck is also a factor to be a member. So that is called a Kudavole. The next, the village assemblies function through committee system. Committee system. See, today also the panchayats and all, we have the committees. Development standing committee, public works standing committee, welfare standing committee, education standing committee, health standing committee. Like that, committees are there even today also, whether it is corporation, municipality and the panchayats, the members are being appointed in the committees. So the same way the committee system prevailed during that time, and the committees were called Variam. Committees were called Variam. Variam. And the important variums were, add a varium to that, Eri varium, Thotta varium, Pon varium, Udasina varium, then Nyayattar. These all are the prominent variums. Eri varium deals with irrigation. Irrigation. Thotta varium deals with agriculture, garden committee, agriculture. Pon varium deals with the finance, the collection of tax and all those things. Udasina varium is to deal with the strangers and ascetics. Ascetics. So the strangers and ascetics comes to your village to take care of them, to take care for them, and to take care about them. So such committee is called Udasina varium. Nyayattar, as the name suggests, it is a judicial committee. It is the judicial committee. Nyayattar, as the name suggests, it's a judicial committee. So from this, you can understand that whatever aspect related to a village administration, that is a dispute redressal, collection of tax, agriculture, irrigation development, education, whatever required temple management, everything was in the charge of the village assembly. And the state very rarely interfered in the function. State very rarely interfered. State was not interfering unnecessarily. So this function, and this was a well-developed mechanism of the governance during the Chola period. So that's regarding the South India history. And the things you have to look is that the Chola revenue administration, central administration, you look from the Shankar Academy material. So with this, South India is over, and now we will be moving on to the topic called religion. That will be after the break. Okay, 5 o'clock, we'll be back. Welcome back. Okay, so now to the last topic of this art and culture area, that is religions. Religions. So Buddhism and Jainism. First topic, Buddhism and Jainism. Buddhism and Jainism. So Buddhism and Jainism refers to the heterodox religions. Heterodox religions. Heterodox means one is not, which is not that orthodox. Just a second. So Buddhism and Jainism refers to heterodox religions that emerged during the 6th century BC. 6th century BC. The reasons for the emergence, first is the opposition towards the Brahmanical domination. Opposition towards Brahmanical domination over religion and society. So first reason was opposition towards the Brahmanical domination over religion and society. The Brahmanical domination against religion and society. Brahmanical domination against religion and society. Brahmanical domination over the religion and society. Second reason was it was against the Vedic sacrifices. Vedic sacrifices, which affected the agrarian economy. Which affected the agrarian economy. Affected the agrarian economy. See, later Vedic period, we all studied that. That was the period where the settled agriculture emerged. And agriculture required animal husbandry for the plowing and all. But Vedic sacrifices also became increased in the later Vedic period, and it began to kill the animals in large scale. So Vedic sacrifices killed the animals on a large scale. The cows and bulls were killed on a large scale, and it affected the animal husbandry, which adversely affected the agricultural growth. So this was a backlash from the agrarian community. So you remember that Buddha said ahimsa, Mahavira said ahimsa. This ahimsa is not to kill the people, but this ahimsa was a product against the killing of the animals. So ahimsa was against Vedic sacrifice. So never think that ahimsa was against the killing of human beings. It was primarily the demand of the agrarian economy against the Vedic sacrifices. Then the third reason is it was a fight against the evils of caste system, Varna system. Evils of Varna system. See, life of the Shudras was very horrible. Shudras were considered not even as human beings by the Brahmanical religion. They kept the Shudras as slaves, and the Shudras wanted to save their life. And on the other hand, Vaishyas, who became very rich because of agriculture and trade, they were considered third in the society. Brahmin, Kshatriya, Vaishya. Vaishyas also aspired for more recognition in the society. They realized that we should come out of the Brahmin-dominated Varna system. We should have some other alternatives. Then only we will be having some respect in the society. So Vaishyas wanted to come out of the Varna system. Shudras wanted to come out of the Varna system. So it was against the Varna system dominated by the Brahmins. That was another reason. And finally, it was also the reaction from the Kshatriyas. It was also the reaction from the Kshatriyas. reaction from the Kshatriyas. You know, because of the taxation, because of warfare, Kshatriyas became very powerful. Kshatriyas became very powerful because of the taxation and warfare. And they were the kings, but in the society, they were below the Brahmins. Kshatriyas were not happy in that. They wanted more recognition. They wanted to be the top of the society. So you should notice that Mahavira, who propagated Jainism, Buddha, who propagated Buddhism, both were Kshatriya Rajkumars. So that is not an isolated development. It was also a reaction from the Kshatriyas against the Brahmin domination over the society. Clear? So these were the factors that contributed to the rise of the heterodox religions. Now let's see the religions one by one. Jainism. See, this Jainism, it is based on the tradition of 24 Tirthankaras or 24 great teachers. 24 Tirthankaras. But the first 22, we don't have any evidence, only names are there. We don't have any historical evidence for the first 22. The 23rd and the 24th are the historical figures. 23rd is Parshvanath. And 24th is Mahavira. And this Mahavira, he propagated this Jainism. See, the name of Mahavira's family, the birthplace, his wife, son or daughter, son-in-law, such things you read from Shankara Academy material. I am not having the time to say all the stories, okay, because I have to finish entire religion in this class. So that things is there, that silly things, the name of the father, mother, relations, and all those things you read from that. I don't think that will be asked in the examination. If it was so important, I would have explained that. Just go through that. Okay, and religion is the only area where I ask you to go outside my notes also, because sometimes there can be questions, surprises can be there in the religion, and we cannot finish the religion in 2.5 hours. So that's the only area. Other things you just follow the class notes, you will get the answer directly or indirectly. Religion also you will get the questions, but this is the only area I can say that I can't give 100% guarantee that my notes will be enough to deal with that. Religion is the only area I ask you can read outside, no issue. Okay, other areas limit to my notes. That's not. So Parshvanath and Mahavira. Okay, and this Jainism is based on 5 vows. That is 5 things that a Jain should follow. It is called Pancha Mahavratas. Pancha Mahavratas. It is called Pancha Mahavratas. Pancha Mahavratas. Pancha Mahavratas, they are Satya, Ahimsa, Asateya, Aparigraha, and Brahmacharya. So these are the 5 things that a Jain Upasaka or a Jain follower should follow. Satya, Ahimsa, Asateya, Aparigraha. Satya means truth. Ahimsa means non-violence. Asateya means non-stealing. Non-stealing. You should not take anything from others. Asateya, non-stealing. Asateya means non-stealing. Whereas Aparigraha means non-possession of wealth. You should not possess any wealth. Non-possession of wealth, that is Aparigraha. Non-possession of wealth, Aparigraha. Non-possession of wealth. And last is Brahmacharya, that is celibacy. The first 4 was given by Parshvanath. The first 4 was given by Parshvanath, and the last one was by Mahavira. First 4 by Parshvanath, and the last one by Mahavira. The last one by Mahavira. Parshvanath and Mahavira. Last one Mahavira, Brahmacharya, the first 4 by Parshvanath. Then next, the Jain philosophy, important Jain philosophy. Anegantavada. Anegandavada, also called as Syadavada. This is the most important core Jain philosophy, Anegandavada. Directly the question will be that Anegandavada relates to what? Jainism. See, it says that there is no ultimate truth and truth varies according to perceptions. The meaning is that we cannot say that this is an ultimate truth and all this changes according to the circumstances. So Jainism says that there is nothing called an ultimate truth and it varies. No need to study the philosophy. We won't understand it easily. Not required. The thing is that just remember the name. Anegandavada or Syadavada is the core of the Jain philosophy. And it is explained through that parable of elephant and four blind men. So you also might have learned the story in the childhood. An elephant was there. Four blind men were asked to touch and feel the elephant. All the four said four different theories about that elephant. And no one said it's an elephant or an animal. They one said it's a pillar by touching the leg of the elephant, said it is a pillar. Someone said it's a broom by touching the tail of the elephant, like that. They said four different things. So according to them, everything is correct. One said that it's like a pillar. So they say that the truth is like that. So you should not. And this is very important in your life also. When you become the important officers of the country, always we will listen to stories and we will always act hearing the one side of the story only. But always remember that the other person also got a story to say. So always take decision by listening both the sides. And we have this trouble because favoritism is a problem. Assume that there is your friend is coming and saying to you a story. You will blindly follow your friend and you will believe that's correct. It's not like that. Always everything that happens in this world will have another side of the story also. So you have to take a decision after carefully analyzing the things. Okay. So this is an important philosophy of Jainism, Anegandavada or Syadavada. The next, Jainism believes in the concept of Salaga Purushas. Jainism believes in the concept of Salaga Purushas, or a concept of 63 great men that will appear on this earth. 63 great men that will appear on this earth for the welfare of the humanity. Like what Bhagavad Gita says, Sambhavami Yuge Yuge. That is, at regular times, there will be some great men will be appearing on this earth to protect the humanity. Maybe that Sambhavami Yuge Yuge was taken from this Jain Salaga Purushas. That is when there is some trouble for the dharma, when adharma reigns supreme, there will be some avataras. That's the concept of that Sambhavami Yuge Yuge by Sri Krishna's Bhagavad Gita. So Salaga Purusha, 63 great men, and I don't think that will be that important, but remember the term Salaga Purusha related to Buddhism, and this great men includes their 24 Tirthankaras and another 12 kings are also there. 24 Tirthankaras. The list includes 24 Tirthankaras as well as 12 kings and 27 other personalities. Salaga Purushas. Salaga Purusha. Then Jainism divides the time scale, that is Kala Chakra. Jainism divides the time scale into two cycles, Utsarpini and Avasarpini. Utsarpini and Avasarpini. Utsarpini and Avasarpini. These are the two important Jain concepts. That is, they divide the time, Utsarpini and Avasarpini. It is simple. We also know that because the time scale is with the progress and decline. The period of progress is called Utsarpini. The period of decline is called Avasarpini. Okay. We all know that. Utsarpini, Avasarpini. Maybe now the world is passing through Avasarpini, COVID and all. So Utsarpini and Avasarpini, a period of progress and a period of decline. Then the Jain councils. The Jain councils. See, there were two Jain councils. First one was held at Pataliputra in the 3rd century BC. 3rd century BC, Pataliputra. It was presided by Stulabahu. also called Stula Bhadra. He was called Stula Bahu or Stula Bhadra. This was the first Jain council held at Patliputra. And in this council, the original Jain literature, which was called the 14 Purvas. So original Jain literature was called Purva, and it was 14 in number during the period of Mahavira. The original Jain literature, that is the 14 Purvas, were replaced with the 12 Angas. So this is what happened. The Purvas were replaced with Angas. That's what happened in the first Jain council. 14 Purvas and 12 Angas. 14 Purvas and 12 Angas. Then the second council, the second Jain council was held at Vallabhi in 512. AD 512, it was held at Vallabhi. AD 512, and it was held at Vallabhi. Held at Vallabhi. Vallabhi in Gujarat. It's in Gujarat. And it was the capital of Maitraga rulers. At that time, it was the capital of Maitraga dynasty. It was the capital of Maitraga dynasty at that time. Maitraga dynasty. And it was in this council, Jaina literature got a written form. All the literature got a written form in this council. Jain literature, it got a written form in this council. The Jain literature that got a written form, that has happened in this council. The Jain literature got a written form in this council. And it was written in Ardha Magadhi Prakrit language. Ardha Magadhi Prakrit language. Ardha Magadhi Prakrit language. Ardha Magadhi Prakrit. And the president of this council was, a person named Devardi Shamashramana. Devardi Shamashramana. It was named by a person called, it was presided by a person called Devardi Shamashramana. Devardi Shamashramana. So that's the Jain councils and the Jain literature called. Then important sect of Jainism. See, in the 3rd century BC, Jainism got split into 2 sects. One is called Shvedambara, and the other one is called Digambara. Shvedambara and Digambara. The Shvedambaras and Digambaras. The Shvedambaras allows Kaivalya for all who aspires. Kaivalya is the highest achievement of Jainism. Okay, according to Buddhism, it is Nirvana. Here, Jainism, it is Kaivalya. Kaivalya allows Kaivalya for those who aspires. It says that everyone fit for Kaivalya. Digambara restricts Kaivalya to selected people. Restricts Kaivalya to selected people. Restricts Kaivalya to selected people. Then Digambara says no Kaivalya to women. No women. That is, they say that women not fit for Kaivalya. Kaivalya is the attainment of the highest knowledge according to Jainism. That is the final attainment. You will become a Mahavira model if you get Kaivalya. Kaivalya is considered as the highest thing that is to be attained in the life by a Jain. That is the highest achievement of Jainism. That is Kaivalya. After that, you will be the highest knowledgeable person in the world. You will be a conqueror of all the senses. Such thing is Kaivalya. Just remember that Kaivalya is the highest achievement. Mahavira attained Kaivalya. That's why he is considered as a Tirthangara or something like that. Shvedambara allows Kaivalya for women. Shvedambara people, they allows Kaivalya for women. Allows Kaivalya for women. Then Shvedambaras believe Mahavira led a family life. And that's the truth also. Mahavira married Yashodhara, had a daughter called Priyadarshika. That is the historical truth. Shvedambara. Mahavira, he led a family life. Digambaras rejects that and they says that Mahavira was a brahmachari. Mahavira was a brahmachari. Mahavira was a brahmachari. Then Shvedambara believes that the 19th Tirthangara Malinath was a woman. Shvedambaras believes that the 19th Tirthangara Malinath was a woman. Believes that the 19th Tirthangara Malinath was a woman. 19th Tirthangara Malinath was a woman. Digambaras rejects that. Digambaras rejects that. Digambara says that Malinath was a man, not a woman. Then Shvedambaras wear white dress and Digambaras remained naked. Shvedambara wear white dress, whereas Digambaras remain naked. And that's the name Shvedambara, Digambara. So this is the difference between the two sects of Jainism, Shvedambara, Digambara. Then another sect of Jainism was Yapaniya. Yapaniya was another sect of Jainism. It emerged from Shvedambara. It emerged from Shvedambara. Yapaniya, it emerged in Shvedambara. It focused on social service. It focused on social service. And it was established by a person named Kalash. It was established by a person named Kalash. Established by a person named Kalash. Yapaniya. Then some common features of Buddhism and Jainism that I will finish after the Buddhism. Now next, moving to next one, Buddhism. Buddhism was propagated by Gautam Buddha. Here also the family story that you read from the books. Buddhism was propagated by Gautam Buddha. And there are 4 sites that changed the life of Buddha. Buddha was born a Rajkumar and he became a sannyasi because of 4 sites. First one was an old man. He saw an old man. So he became shocked youthfulness is not permanent. So at the age of 30, this Buddha realized that there are old men in this world. So don't ask what happened to other old men for the last 30 years in Buddha's life. But at the age of 30, only Buddha seeing an old man for the first time. Okay, as there is no questions in the story, we should believe that. So Buddha saw see an old man at the age of 30, and he got shocked. He was so unhappy that he thought that youthfulness is permanent. So Buddha became little worried with that. Second thing Buddha seen is a sick man, a man coughing and sneezing and all. So Buddha realized that human body can be attacked with diseases. And from this, we have to understand that Buddha and his relatives had miraculous immunity power. That till 30 years, Buddha was not affected by a common cold. If he was affected by a common cold, he could have seen that earlier. But at the age of only 30, Buddha see a sick man. So Buddha became so shocked with that, seeing a sick man. And the third thing destroyed Buddha. Buddha reached the stage of depression, dead body. So it took 30 years for Buddha to see a dead body also. So with this three, Buddha became depressed. And depression is a dangerous thing. Okay, it can lead to suicide if it is not, even if it is attended properly also, depression can reach that suicidal stage. So Buddha was so shocked and he lost the taste of his life. He wanted to finish his life. He was in a terrible situation. But the fourth side changed the life of Buddha, and that was a sannyasi. Buddha saw a sannyasi, a very calm, quiet, composed man. Whatever happens in his right, left, front, or back, he is not at all affected by that. Whether it is happiness, whether it is sadness, he maintains that equality or equilibrium, whatever. So Buddha became happy that, okay, sannyasa is the best thing in the world. So this is what happened, and this four sides that changed the life of Buddha. Then the important events in Buddha's life. First one is the birth of Buddha, okay. Then is Buddha running away from the family, okay. So after seeing that sannyasi, one night he left his wife and son and left the family. So Buddha left the family at the age of 30, okay. If we people had gone, then immediately people will say so many stories and all. He eloped with that guy or that girl, or then man missing case in the police station. As it was Buddha leaving the family, it is called Mahabhinishkramana. Mahabhinishkramana. So that event in Buddha's life, Buddha leaving the family, that is called Mahabhinishkramana. Mahabhinishkramana. And Buddha left his family on his horse named Kandaga. He left his family on his horse named Kandaga. And it is said that the poor horse died out of grief when his master left him. Mahavinishkramana, horse called the Kandaga. Then what happened was that Buddha went for sannyasa and finally attained nirvana. That's the most important event in his life. Buddha attained nirvana, also called nibbana, also called enlightenment. Like Kaivalya in Jainism, here it is nirvana. And where Buddha got this nirvana? Any idea? From where this Buddha got this nirvana? Which place? Chandra Mohan, it is correct. Not Sarnath, Satya, you are wrong. What? Okay. Then next. I want the exact place. All of you said both Gaya. I don't say that it's wrong. Can you say that exact location where Buddha got it? It's like Shankar Academy in Anna Nagar, and we always say in Chennai. The same way only. Buddha got it in Chennai, but the place was Anna Nagar, like Shankar Academy. There is a under a people tree, that is correct. It's a place called Uruvela village. Buddha got it Uruvela village in Gaya. Gaya is a larger place. And he got it at Uruvela under a people tree, yes. Under a people tree. The other fellow got it under a sal tree. A tree was a must to get enlightenment. conditions is like that. Buddha got it under a people tree, Mahavira got it under a sal tree. And here there was a river also, Niranjana river, on the banks of Niranjana river. On the banks of Niranjana river. Banks of Niranjana river. So that's the greatest event happened in the life of Buddha. Now Buddha is filled with all the knowledge in his head because he got enlightenment, full of knowledge. And if it is there sitting like that, his brain will explode. So you have to say that to the people. You have to teach the people with all the enlightenment. So knowledge you should not keep with you. You have to give this knowledge to others. So Buddha started running from Gaya, that is from Bihar to Uttar Pradesh. And finally he ran for some 200 kilometers. Finally reached a place called Sarnath, where Buddha gave his first sermon. So the first sermon of Buddha, that was the next one. First sermon of Buddha, it's called Dharma Chakra Pravartana. Dharma Chakra Pravartana. It's called Dharma Chakra Pravartana. So that is Dharma Chakra began to roll. Buddha started his teaching to the people. First it was given to some traders. The story says that that moment itself they became the followers of Buddha. So first sermon of Buddha was held at where? Which place? Where was the first sermon of Buddha held? Where was the first sermon of Buddha? Answer me. Yeah, almost all are correct. Yes, 100% answer is correct. Sarnath. Sarnath in UP. Sarnath got another name. One more name is there for Sarnath. Someone answer it. What's the other name of Sarnath? What's the other name of Sarnath? Varanasi. No. Okay, Kashi and Varanasi are one. I want the other name of Sarnath. Sarnath is not Varanasi or Kashi. It is kilometers away from Varanasi. Anyone? Can anyone name it? How many are in this class? Lumbini Garden, that is in Nepal, my dear Sharavanan. 74 are there. Earlier I had seen 75. One is missing now. Okay. Can you say, where is that place? What's the other name? Okay, it is called, no, it is called Isipatan. Isipatan, that's another name for Sarnath, Isipatan. Then what happened was that now around 30-35, for next 45 years, Buddha was going from here and there, preaching, and finally at the age of 80, Buddha attained Mahaparinirvana. That's the next event in Buddha's life, Mahaparinirvana. What is this Mahaparinirvana? Will be called Mahaparinibbana also. Mahaparinibbana. What's this Mahaparinirvana? Yeah, that is death. Samadhi. Death of Buddha is called Mahaparinirvana. And it was at a place called Samadhi means death. It was at a place called, not Pavapuri, Kushinara. Kushinara. Most of you are writing it as Kushinagar. That is the modern name. Kushinagar is the modern name of that place in Uttar Pradesh. It was called Kushinara. So these were the important events that happened in the life of Buddha. Now there are some symbols associated with the Buddhism. Some symbols associated with the Buddhism. First one is related to his birth. The symbols associated with the Buddha's birth. There are some symbols associated with the Buddha's birth. Birth symbols is elephant and lotus. Elephant and lotus. Elephant and lotus. Combinedly together, okay? Elephant and lotus, not elephant alone or lotus alone. Elephant and lotus together. Then bull, otherwise bull. Either elephant and lotus together or alone bull. So that's the birth symbol. Then the next is Maha Abhinishkramana, leaving the family. Maha Abhinishkramana symbol. Any idea? What's the Maha Abhinishkramana symbol? Just take a think and say what is the, yeah, answer is correct. Sri Lakshmi, Satya. Maha Abhinishkramana symbol is that horse, Buddha's horse, Kandaga. Horse is the symbol. Yes, Bishnoi Ravi, Ramesh Bishnoi, that is correct. Then comes the Nirvana, enlightenment symbol. What's the enlightenment symbol of Buddha? Yeah, Satya answer is correct. Chandra Mohan correct. Sri Lakshmi correct. It's the people tree. We call it as Bodhi tree. People tree, Karthik, people tree. Typo error. People tree is answer. P-I-P-A-L, people. People tree. Then comes the Dhamma Chakra Pravartana. Dharma Chakra Pravartana. What's the symbol of Dharma Chakra Pravartana? Yeah, Chakra, wheel. Chakra is the symbol. Not Ashoka Chakra. Chakra is Buddha. Ashoka took that chakra on his thing, and that's why we call it as Ashoka Chakra. It is actually Buddha's chakra. Okay. Then last, Mahaparinirvana. What's the symbol of Mahaparinirvana? What's the death symbol of Buddha called? Or what's the death symbol? Yeah, Shiva Priya, your answer is correct. Helen, answer is correct. Anyone else trying answers? Anusha, answer is correct. Stupa. Stupa is the answer. We studied stupas, na? Architecture, stupa architecture. Yes or no? Stupa, Chaitya, Vihara. We didn't study? Okay, then we will see once more. We studied. How come we studied in one? I think that took together. I took batch 7. Satya, I think you are in batch 7. Okay, it's covered. Okay, it's covered. You just go through your notes. Okay. Then next, Ashtamahasthanas, or 8 great places related to Buddha. Ashtamahasthanas, or 8 great places related to Buddha. Ashtamahasthanas. Ashtamahasthanas, or 8 great places associated with the Buddha. So these are the 8 places associated with the life of Buddha. 8 great places. Ashtamahasthanas. Ashtamahasthanas, the places associated with the Buddha's life. Finished? 8 places? Soundarya, Helen, you finished this, both of you? Okay. So these 8 places, you know that. What's the significance of these places? First one, Lumbini, that is in Nepal, birthplace of Buddha. Lumbini, Nepal, birthplace of Buddha. Lumbini, that's Nepal, that's in Nepal. It's the birthplace of Buddha. Lumbini in Nepal, birthplace of Buddha. Then second one, you know, that is the Nirvana, Bodh Gaya. Then Dharma Chakra Pravartana, Sarnath, Uttar Pradesh. Bodh Gaya is in Bihar. Bodh Gaya, Bihar. Sarnath in Uttar Pradesh. Then Kushinara is Mahaparinirvana. Kushinara is a place where the Mahaparinirvana of Buddha. Mahaparinirvana, Kushinara, Mahaparinirvana. And Kushinara is also in UP. Kushinara is also in UP. Kushinara, that is also in UP. Then the other four places. There are the places where Buddha stayed maximum in his life. The last four places are the places where Buddha stayed maximum in his life. Vaishali and Rajagriha in Bihar. Vaishali and Rajagriha in Bihar. Vaishali and Rajagriha in Bihar. And this Shravasti and Sankisa, Uttar Pradesh. Shravasti and Sankisa, Uttar Pradesh. So from these 8 places, we can understand that Buddha's life is a UP, Bihar and Nepal affair. So if a place is asked which is associated with Buddha, if anything outside UP, Bihar or Nepal is not associated with Buddha, that's the clue should be in your mind. Okay. Buddha had associated only with Bihar, UP and Nepal. Nepal is just his birth only, Lumbini. Other than that, his life is fully UP, Bihar, Bihar, UP, UP, Bihar, Bihar, UP. That's it. So if a place is asked outside these 2 states, then you can eliminate that. Okay. In the 2013 and 2014 prelims, I faced the same ditto question. Which of the following places associated with Buddha? Avanti was given there. I worked in this pattern only, that is Avanti is no way. So I got the answer correct. Second year, the same question repeated by UPSC. Same question without any change. Then Ashtamahasthanas and then the 4 noble truths according to Buddha. 4 noble truths according to Buddha. 4 noble truths. These are the 4 noble truths in the order 1, 2, 3, 4. Dukkha, Samudaya, Nirodha, Marga. Dukkha, Samudaya, Nirodha, and Marga. These are the 4 truths according to Buddhism. Dukkha, Samudaya, Nirodha, and Marga. So I'll explain that. Hope you finished. Dukkha, that is the first truth according to Buddha. Buddha says that the world is full of sorrow. Dukkha means sorrow, S-O-R-R-O-W, sorrow. And Buddha says that the world is full of sorrow. The world is full of sorrow. That's true, no doubt in that. Buddha says that the world is full of sorrow. That's the first truth. Second thing, he says that samudaya. Samudaya means reason. Reason. So second is that Buddha says that there is a reason for this sorrow. And that is the one. Desire is the reason for sorrow. Second one. Desire. Samudaya, you write in bracket reason. And desire is the reason for sorrow. You desire this, you desire that, you desire many things, and that's the reason for the sorrow. That's Buddha says. So the world is full of sorrow, and then there is a reason for sorrow. That reason is desire. Third is Nirodha. Nirodha means annihilation. That is to block the desire. Annihilation. Annihilation. That is, we can stop this desire. That's what Buddha says. Nirodha. Third one, the desire should be eliminated. Third truth is that desire should be eliminated. So we can eliminate that. That's the third truth. Desire should be eliminated. And the fourth is Marga. That means way or means or way. Say how we can eliminate this and come out of the cycle of sorrow. That is the eightfold path. Marga is the eightfold path. That is right thinking, right action, such 8 right things. Eightfold path, also called Ashtanga Marga. Ashtanga Marga. Eightfold path, also called Ashtanga Marga. It is eightfold path, also called Ashtanga Marga. Eightfold path, also called Ashtanga Marga, which Buddha calls middle path. Buddha calls this way as the middle path. Middle path. That is, Buddha says that you should not be on the extremities. You should not be too happy when you get something good, and you should not be destroyed when something happens to you against your wishes. Always keep a middle path. Be it in happiness, be it in sorrow, you have to maintain a balance. And that's what Buddha's best advice to the world. Always have a balanced approach in your life. If you have a balanced approach in your life, you can be a winner always. For them, setbacks and even the success won't destroy you in positive or negative way. You will always keep a balanced approach in your life. And that's what is expected from all of us. Okay. So that's the Buddha's 4 truths. The next, the Buddhist literature. Buddhist literature. The Buddhist literature is collectively called Tripidakas. Collectively called Tripidakas. 3 Pidagas, 3 baskets. That's the meaning. That is, originally when it was compiled, it was collected in 3 baskets, and that's why it is called Tripidakas. And Tripidakas are Vinaya Pidaga, Vinaya Pidaga, Sutta Pidaga, and Abhidhamma Pidaga. Abhidhamma Pidaga. Vinaya Pidaga, Sutta Pidaga, and Abhidhamma Pidaga. Vinaya Pidaga, Sutta Pidaga, and Abhidhamma Pidaga. Vinaya Pidaga was by Upali, Buddha's disciple Upali. Upali brought this Vinaya Pidaga, and this Vinaya Pidaga is the laws of Buddhist Sangha. That is like the constitution of Buddhist Sangha. The laws of Buddhist Sangha, that is Vinaya Pidaga. The laws of Buddhist Sangha, Vinaya Pidaga. The laws of Buddhist Sangha. That is Vinaya Pidaga. Sutta Pidaga was by Buddha's disciple Ananda. And that deals with the sermons of Buddha, Buddha's teachings and all. Sermons of Buddha. What Buddha said. That is collectively made in Sutta Pidaga. And the last is Abhidhamma Pidaga, that deals with the philosophy of Buddhism. Not by a single person, so no name is associated. It is by the Buddhist monks and all, updated at times. So originally this was developed in the first Buddhist council. Originally this was developed in the first Buddhist council. We already studied the 4 Buddhist councils in our ancient India class. Maybe batch 7, I don't know where we reached ancient India. Others, hope you remember the Buddhist councils held at Rajagriha, Vaishali, Patliputra, and Kashmir. The 4 Buddhist councils were held. And batch 7, where did we reach that ancient India? Can anyone say that? I want to say how many hours are remaining in your batch for that purpose. Ancient India, what was the last topic mentioned? What was the last topic mentioned in ancient India? Up to Mauryan dynasty. Up to means Mauryans finished or Mauryans yet to start? What was the last point? Yet to start? My God. What was the last point? Last point. Only later were they completed. Nanda dynasty. Then Nanda killed by Chandragupta. So that means we have plenty of classes remaining. Batch 7. Do we have any class this weekend? Oh, sorry, not weekend, this coming week. Batch 7, any classes there? When? Which day? Tuesday. Okay. That is from Tuesday and Thursday. 6 to, sorry, what's the timing? 6 to 8:30. Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday. Okay. Okay. Oh. Fine. For batch 3, how many classes? For batch 3, today will be over. Most probably. Today we can say bye. Batch 3. I think medieval India is completed for batch 3. Batch 3 members in this class, can you say what was the last topic on medieval India? I had started you art and culture earlier because of that. Okay, today we will complete. Or if not, one more session we will take. I don't know, I am going a little slow today on this religions and all. Otherwise, I would have finished South Indian religion by this time. The next, so Vinaya Pedaga, Sutta Pedaga, Abhinamba Pedaga. First council. And this was compiled in Pali language. Pali language. Pali language. Pali language. Then Buddhist sect. Buddhism got split in the 4th council. Buddhism got split in the 4th council. Hinayana and Mahayana. Buddhism got split in the 4th council. Hinayana and Mahayana. Hinayana treats Buddha as a teacher. Hinayana treats Buddha as a teacher, a great guru. Whereas Mahayana treats Buddha as a god. Mahayana treats Buddha as a god. Then Hinayana, they represents Buddha through symbols. They represents Buddha through symbols. Whereas this Mahayana fellows uses idol worship. Mahayana uses idol worship. Mahayana uses idol worship. Then Hinayana, no rituals. Here it is ritualistic. No rituals, and the others is ritualistic. Then Hinayana restricts nirvana to selected people. Restricts nirvana to selected people. No restriction in Mahayana. No such restriction in Mahayana. Just like that Kaivalya thing in the other religion. So Hinayana, Mahayana. The meaning is like that. See, Hinayana means small ship. Yana means ship. Small ship and big ship. See, the meaning is that Hinayana is a very small ship that carry little people to the shore of Nirvana. Mahayana is a very big ship which carries large number of people to the shore of Nirvana. It is from this point only they got the name Mahayana and Hinayana. Then Hinayana, no Nirvana to women. No Nirvana to women. Here the Mahayana believes that women fit for Nirvana. Women fit for Nirvana. Then Hinayana uses Pali language. Whereas Mahayana uses Sanskrit. Hinayana Pali, Mahayana Sanskrit. Hinayana Pali and Mahayana Sanskrit. Then Mahayana believes in bodhisattvas. Mahayana believes in bodhisattvas or future Buddhas. Mahayana believes in future Buddhas. That is, Buddha will take rebirth as bodhisattva. This concept was copied in the Hindu religion as avataras. Originally, that started by Buddhism. Then it was copied in the Hindu religion as avatara concept. Bodhisattvas. They were the people who created this rebirth avataras called bodhisattvas. And Hinayana never believes in bodhisattvas. Hinayana never believes in bodhisattvas. So these are the two prominent sects of Buddhism that emerged in India. Then other sect of Buddhism, Vajrayana. Vajrayana. This is called the Tantric Buddhism. Tantra, mantra and all. Tantric Buddhism. Tantric Buddhism. Vajrayana. Here the tantras, mantras, the black magic, all are there. Vajrayana Buddhism. Then Sautrantika. Samidhiya. Sarvastivadin. Sarvastivadin. Theravada. Pudgalavada. These are some other sect of Buddhism that emerged in India. As I said earlier, you may study this if you want. Otherwise, just study that these are the sect of Buddhism. When UPSC asked this question in 2018, I heard about this Sautrantika and Samvidya. Before that, I was not aware of that. So that's why I say that sometimes they can come with some questions in this religion. Okay. Then next, 6 is not that too much in medieval India. Don't worry. I had mentioned about that Guru Gobind Singh When I dealt with Aurangzeb, I mentioned that Khalsa also, that's enough. Nothing more is required. Anything in this that we will be covering in this religion part. Need not worry about that. Then next, there is no separate Mauryan art and architecture. It will be a part of sculpture. And sculpture is not covered. Batch 3, had we discussed about this batch 3 and batch 7, had we discussed about Madras School of Art, Gandhara School of Art, Amravati School of Art and all? Yes. Okay. That's it. And the Mauryas is that the Ashokan pillars and all that we mentioned in the, that we will discuss in the Maurya class. No need to worry. Helen is in batch 7 only, no? So then wait, don't worry. Then next. So that's the sect of Buddhism. Then important philosophies of Buddhism. Important philosophies of Buddhism. Important philosophies of Buddhism. Buddha made it very simple, middle path and all, but the later fellows complicated. First one is Shunyavada. Shunyavada, also called Madhyamiga. Also called Madhyamiga. This is known as the doctrine of emptiness. Doctrine of emptiness. Like Hinduism say everything is Maya, this says that everything is empty in this world. Which means there is nothing in anything. Don't study that philosophy. Just remember the term Shunyavada or Madhyamiga. It says that everything is empty in this world. Everything is hollow. Okay, I don't know how to explain that theory, so no need to worry about that. This was introduced by a person named as Nagarjuna. Introduced by a person named as Nagarjuna, a Buddhist philosopher, Nagarjuna. He popularized this Shunyavada concept. It's a philosophical side of Buddhism. It says that everything is Shunya in this world. Second one, remember the term Shunyavada. And Syadavada is in Jainism. Shunyavada is in Buddhism. Similar terms, make it clear. Okay, Syadavada means Syada, too many theories are there. That is what the truth is not permanent. That is in Buddhist Jainism. Anegandavada or Syadavada. Here it is Shunyavada or Madhyamiga. Then another Buddhist philosophy is called Vijnana Marga. Vijnanavada. Vijnanavada, we will say in South. North it is Vijnanavada or Yogachara. Vijnanavada or Yogachara, it focuses on the knowledge for salvation. Attainment of knowledge to get salvation and all. That is Vijnanavada. And this was propagated by a person known as Asangamitra. Asangamitra. Propagated by a person known as Asangamitra. Asangamitra was a man who propagated it. Asangamitra. Then the common things about Buddhism and Jainism. Common features of Buddhism and Jainism. First one, both rejected the Vedas. Rejected the authority of Vedas. They said that Vedas are simple man-made creations with a vested interest, nothing more than that. Because they said that it is just a literature and the history of the time period. No need to attach too much things. It is not a sacramental thing given by God or anything. They say is that, okay, it is normal works written by the Brahmanical priests to maintain their supremacy. So they rejected the authority of Vedas. Second thing, they rejected the rituals and sacrifices. Rituals and sacrifices. Rituals and sacrifices. Rejected rituals and sacrifices. Rejected the rituals and the sacrifices. Then they rejected Sanskrit and used vernacular language, Pali, Prakrit and all. I am saying about Buddhism and Jainism in its origin. Later changes, I am not responsible. Mahayana took all this, and that's why they ended. Okay, Buddhism ended when they rejected Buddha's teachings and they followed all this thing. Buddha was a man who rejected God, but the Buddhist followers later made Buddha a god itself. And that's what happened when Buddhism, Mahayana Buddhism, which adopted the features of the Brahmanical religion like idol worship, rituals, and all, there was no change between Buddhism and Brahmanical religion in India. And if you are trying to copy the things which you once opposed, automatically that Buddhism will be overshadowed by Brahmanism. This is what happened to Buddhism in India. See, like that in India, we have the political parties are following. See, on one side, one party is following hardcore Hindutva. On the other hand, some parties are sticking to soft Hindutva. So when you have this hardcore Hindutva on one side and soft Hindutva on another side, people will always prefer the original things or the strong thing. That's what happened to the Buddhism also. This is what this common features of Buddhism and Jainism is with Buddha and Mahavira. What Buddha said, what Mahavira said. Later changes is that Mahayana Buddhism and Pali. You just focus on that Hinayana. They followed what Buddha said. Mahayanis changed the Buddhism. Once the Buddha rejected Sanskrit and he brought vernacular, but Mahayana people took to Sanskrit. Good doubt anyway. You asked a very good doubt. So Sanskrit was a language of not the common man of India. Sanskrit was a language of the elite people only. It was an elitist language, and common man was against this Sanskrit language, the domination of Sanskrit in religion. In religion, no other language is used. So the people who know Sanskrit, they chant the Sanskrit mantra, and the people looks what it is, and they feel that okay, this is something great, so that we won't understand. Only because of that language only they fool the people. And you know, in Shabarimala earlier there was a Tandri was there. He was not at all a good person. He was arrested for all those money making, so many issues, and he was arrested, and he was arrested, and Deva Bhasha and all are creation of human being. No Deva Bhasha, nothing and all. Okay, the thing is that this fellow Shabarimala Tandri was arrested, and he was interrogated by the police, and it was asked him, what's the meaning of this Sanskrit mantra? He said, I don't know Sanskrit, I was just chanting from memory. So that was what happened in this religion also. People don't know the meaning and all this happened. And what happened? So that was the real reason for the Sanskrit. Sanskrit was never an cultural identity of India. It was a language used by the elitists of India. So there is no point in reviving, and some people are saying that Sanskrit should be made the national language of India. For what purpose? There is no national language in India. India is a country which is not having any cultural unanimity or similarity. Our standing is in the diversity. Okay, unity in the diversity is India's. And if anything tries to destroy that unity in India, that will destroy India itself. That's the only thing. There is no national language in India. And in a country like India, if someone says one country, one language, in India, that is against the interest of India. Okay. India is a country where we don't want this one country, one language. That is not required in India. Any attempt towards that will lead to the destruction of our unity. Look at Bangladesh, look at Sri Lanka. Only when these cultural diversities were tried to be suppressed, that led to the destruction of that states. When the Punjabi dominated Pakistanis suppressed Bengali language and imposed Urdu on East Pakistan, that led to the creation of Bangladesh as an independent nation. Same thing happened in Sri Lanka. When the Sinhala majority tried to suppress the Tamil minority in Sri Lanka, that led to the troubles in Sri Lanka. And Sri Lankans did not sleep properly for almost 40 years. So cultural diversities like language and all should be respected, or else there will be backlash. So Sanskrit language was a language of the elite, and Buddha, Mahavira adopted common man's language, and that led to the popularity of these religions. Then next, Buddhism and Jainism believed in the theory of karma. theory of karma and rebirth. Both Buddhism and Jainism believed in the theory of karma and rebirth. Same to the Hindu religion. Hindu religion also believes in karma. And I also feel that karma is having some power, okay? Because if you do good karma, even though the good things won't come back to you, but at least you will be safe. But if you do evil karma, bad karma, definitely it will come back. That is for sure. Bad karma is always a boomerang, and be careful, okay? It will come back. And then comes the theory of karma and rebirth. Okay, that's there. Then, very important point, Jainism believes that everything got a soul. That is living and non-living things. Jainism believes that, this is for Jainism only. Jainism believes that every living and non-living things got a soul. Jainism believes that every living and non-living beings got a soul. Jainism believes that every living and non-living being got a soul. Whether it is a piece of stone also, there is a soul associated with that. But on the other hand, Buddhism rejects soul, no soul at all. Buddhism never believes in soul. So this is a very important point. They believe in rebirth, but they never believe that soul will transfer from one body to another body. They say that there is nothing called a soul at all. So Buddhism rejects the concept of soul. Then next, regarding the concept of God, Buddhism rejects God. Buddhism rejects God. Jainism never rejects God, but places God lower than Mahavira. For the Mahavira is superior than God. So Buddhism outrightly rejects God, no God at all. But the Buddha was made a God later. Okay. Buddhism rejected the God, whereas Jainism never rejects the God, but they places God lower than Mahavira. So they say that God is there, but he is not that powerful. That's what Jainism. Then attitude with the caste system. Buddhism rejects caste system. Buddhism rejects caste system. Whereas Jainism made a compromise with caste system. Jainism made a compromise with caste system and only wanted the evils of caste system to be ended. And wanted only the evils of caste system to be ended. Buddha said caste should be ended. But whereas Jainism said that let the caste be there, but the evils of caste system should be abolished. See, Mahavira said that your karma is responsible for your caste in the next life. So he said that if you do good karma, you will born a high caste fellow. If you do a bad thing, you will born as a low caste fellow. So the meaning is that he is justifying the caste system. So Mahavira or Jainism made a compromise with the caste system, whereas Buddhism rejects the caste system completely. Buddhism rejects the caste system completely. So that is regarding the Buddhism and Jainism. And you can add one more point. Buddhism and Jainism oppose the slaves from being its members. They didn't allow slaves being a member of Buddhism or Jainism. Buddhism and Jainism opposed the slaves. That means they indirectly supported slavery. Buddhism and Jainism supported slavery, you can say. Indirectly supported slavery by not allowing slaves to be the member of Buddhism or Jainism. Indirectly supported slavery. Indirectly supported slavery by not allowing the slaves to be the member of Buddhism or Jainism. So that was a thanksgiving to their fundraisers. Buddhism and Jainism were funded by the traders and the merchants and the big agriculturists. And they survived on the slave labor. So if you allow the slaves to be the member of your community, you will be creating trouble for your fundraisers. So Buddhism and Jainism were practical enough not to create trouble for their funders. And that's why the slaves were not given membership to Buddhism and Jainism. Okay. So when we analyze carefully, we can criticize so many things in every religion. So then that is normal. Nothing is perfect in this world. Everything, including all of us. No one can claim that someone is so perfect. We have to accept that whatever it is, there is good and bad. That's the thing we have to understand. So that's the religions, Buddhism and Jainism. Now going to the next topic, that is Bhakti movement. After a break. The complete love and devotion to a personal God. Complete love and devotion to a personal God. That's a feature of Bhakti movement. Complete love and devotion to a personal God. Complete love and devotion to a personal God. That's Bhakti movement. Second one, it rejected the intermediary or priest. It rejected intermediary or priest. Rejected intermediary or priest. Whereas it says that there is no requirement for an intermediary between the God and the devotee. Devotee can directly talk to the God. That's the second point. Third one, it rejected the discrimination on the basis of caste or sex. It rejected the discrimination on the basis of caste or sex. So they said that there is no need for any caste or sexual discrimination in the matters related to religion. They said that equal opportunity should be there for everyone to believe in the God, love the God and all. The next point, it rejected the rituals. It rejected the rituals. It rejected rituals, but followed idol worship. Idol worship was there. It rejected other rituals, but idol worship was there. It rejected the rituals, but followed idol worship. Idol worship was there. So don't think that idol worship was not there. Bhakti movement, idol worship was preached. The next point, it rejected Sanskrit and adopted vernacular languages. Bhakti movement rejected Sanskrit and adopted vernacular languages. Rejected Sanskrit and adopted vernacular languages. Adopted vernacular languages. Adopted vernacular languages. The next, it supported the temple cult, or it was centered around the temple cult. Temples became a part of Bhakti movement. They made temples as a collective place, or a place for the devotees to join together. So temple cult was also a factor. So in India, temples became a common feature because of this Bhakti movement. So Bhakti movement that supported the temple cult. So temple and idol worship was there. The next, they preached Bhakti through songs. Song was the method. They used to sing the songs in praise of the God, and that's how the Bhakti movement became common or popular. So these were the features of the Bhakti movement. Clear? Then next, the Bhakti movement originated in South India. And its time period was between 6th and the 10th centuries of AD. Originated in South India, and it was between 6th and the 10th centuries of AD. Between 6th and the 10th centuries of AD. And the Bhakti movement was led by two groups of sannyasis, or the sages, Nayanars and Alvars. So they represented the two groups, Nayanars and Alvars. Nayanars and Alvars were the two groups of sannyasis who led the Bhakti movement in South India. Nayanars were the followers of Shiva, and Alvars were the followers of Vishnu. See, in Chennai, there is a place called Alvarpet. That is all named after this Alvars only. So Nayanars, the followers of Shiva, Alvars, the supporters or followers of Vishnu. Then these Nayanars were 63 in number, including a woman named Karaikal Ammayar. Karaikal Ammayar. Spelling is not Nayanmar, spelling is Nayanar. Anglicized spelling is Nayanars. In Tamil Nadu, it is called Nayanmar. Okay. What I said is correct, but the UPSC spelling will be like this. Then Alvars were 12 in number, including a woman, Andal. Including a woman called Andal. So they preached this Shaiva Bhakti, Vaishnava Bhakti all in South India. Then some important works of this Nayanars. Periya Purana. It's a book by Secular. Secular is the person who wrote that book, Periya Purana. Then Tirumurai, written by Nambi Andar Nambi. Tirumurai, written by Nambi Andar Nambi. Tirumurai, written by Nambi Andar Nambi. Then comes Tevaram. Tevaram. That's another book. So these are some famous works of the Nayars. On the other hand, the Alvar works, Tirumurai. No, not Tirumurai. Tiruppavai. Tiruppavai. Tiruppavai written by Andal. Tiruppavai is a book written by Andal. And another famous work is Nalayira Divya Prabandham. Nalayira Divya Prabandham. Nalayira Divya Prabandham. That's another famous work of the Alvars. Nalayira Divya Prabandham. Then next, the Bhakti movement in South India led to the decline of Buddhism and Jainism. Nalayira Divya Prabandham is a collective work by many saints, so no name is associated. Bhakti movement in South India led to the decline of Buddhism and Jainism. So South India was once completely dominated by Buddhists and Jainists. All the famous temples of South India, including Shabarimala, was once a Buddhist temple or a Jain temple. It was a Jain temple, then became a Buddhist temple, and then became a Brahmanical temple. That's the history of Shabarimala. All the famous temples now we see in this South India was once the dominant temples of the Buddhist and Jainis, especially in Kerala. Almost all the temples were like that, including the famous Thrissur temple, Vadakunathan temple, Shabarimala temple, Madilagam temple. So many temples are there in Kerala. Was the Jain Buddhist temples only. So it was Jainism and Buddhism in South India during that period. The Bhakti movement was directed against that. They defeated the Buddhists and Jainists, and in one way, then what this Bhakti movement was in the hands of the temples. Eventually, temples came in the hands of the Brahmins, and once the Buddhism and Jainism ended, Brahmanical domination was re-established. So Bhakti movement in general began as a fight against the Brahmanical domination, but eventually ended as strengthening the Brahmanical system in South India. So it started as a fight against the Brahmanical cult plus Buddhism and Jainism, because Buddhism and Jainism was so privileged at that time in South India. They enjoyed all the privileges from the rulers and all. So Bhakti movement, on one hand, it fought against Buddhism and Jainism and also the Vedic culture, but the temple cult and all, Bhakti was equivalent with the temples. And once Buddhism, Jainism finished in South India, the temples were in the hands of the Brahmin landlords. Automatically, Brahmanism re-established in South India, and the Varna system and all were firmly rooted because of this Bhakti movement also. So Bhakti movement eventually started against the Brahmanical domination, but it ended up in strengthening the Brahmanical system and Varna system in South India. Next, Shankaracharya. Shankaracharya, who is also called the Adi Shankara, not Kanji. That is a different one. This Shankaracharya was born in Kerala at Kaladi. It was asked 2-3 times. Born at Kaladi in Kerala, and time period is 788 to 820. That's the time period of Adi Shankara. 788 to 820. Just leave only 32 years. Adi Shankara, Shankaracharya. His philosophy is called Advaita. His philosophy is called Advaita philosophy. Advaita. No one need to study the philosophy as such. It means that the creator and the creation are one and the same. You cannot separate the God and his creation. That's the meaning of this Advaita philosophy. One meaning. It had plenty of meanings. Okay. I tried to study that 5-6 times and I realized that, okay, it is impossible. So I closed the book. So you just remember that Advaita is the philosophy of Shankaracharya. He established an institutional mechanism for Hinduism. He established an institutional mechanism for Hinduism. He just followed that Buddhist Jain structure. Buddha and Jaina, they have their monasteries and all. He just copied that. So he established an institutional mechanism for Hinduism by establishing mutts in different parts of India. By establishing the mutts at different parts of India. Mud spelling is M-A-T-H as maths, but you read it as mutts. Okay. He established mutts at different parts of India. And the mutts, Joshi mud at Badrinath, that is a North Indian one. Joshi mud at Badrinath, that's North India, that is in Uttarakhand. Joshi mud at Badrinath. Then Sharda mud at Sringeri, that is in South India, Karnataka. Sharda mud, South India, Karnataka. Then Govardhan mud. Govardhan mud at Puri, that is in Odisha, eastern part of India. Govardhan mud at Puri. And also the Dwaraka Peeth. Dwaraka Peeth at Dwaraka, Gujarat. Dwaraka Peeth at Dwaraka, Gujarat. So Joshi mud, Govardhan mud, Sharda mud, Dwaraka Peeth. These are the 4 muds established by Shankara. Then the sannyasi order he established was called. The sannyasi order he established was called. The sannyasi order he established. The sannyasi order he established, that was called. Any idea? Anyone know that? What was the sannyasi order established by this Adi Shankara? What's the name of that sannyasi order by Adi Shankara? What's that, Shivapriya? I didn't know that. I'm seeing that word for the first time. What's the sannyasi order established by Shankara? Dashanami Sampradaya. Dashanami Sampradaya. Dashanami Sampradaya. Okay, not that. This is the answer. Dashanami Sampradaya. Then Shankara's works. Brahma Sutra Bhashya. Brahma Sutra Bhashya. Brahma Sutra Bhashya. And Upadesha Sahasri. And Upadesha Sahasri. Brahma Sutra Bhashya and Upadesha Sahasri. Then next, after the Nayanars and Alvars, Bhakti movement in South India was headed by Vaishnava Acharyas. After this, the Bhakti movement in South India. What are these two? That are the books written by Shankaracharya. That's what I think you asked. Upadesha Sahasri and Brahma Sutra Bhashya. These are the books written by Shankara. Books written by Shankara. Vaishnava Acharyas. First one is a fellow called Ramanuja. Ramanuja. No need to study about the 10 orders. Dashanami Sampradaya is the name of his grouping. Okay. No need to study that. Here and all, only this thing. Shankaracharya and all, what I said, that is enough. Only Buddhism and Jainism you read little more. Other things we will get from here, the Bhakti movement and all. Only Buddhism, Jainism you read it. What was the last slide? This one. Okay, see it. This was the last one. I am tired. Then next, Ramanuja. He lived in the 11th century. Lived in the 11th century. Ramayana. Not Ramayana. Ramanuja lived in the 11th century, and he was born at Sri Perumbudur. Sri Perumbudur. Sri Perumbudur. He was born there, and his philosophy was called Vishishtadvaita. Vishishtadvaita. That was the philosophy of Ramanuja. Name and his philosophy, that's enough. No need to study in depth. And if anything is asked in depth, that is the fate. Don't need to worry about that. No one will answer that. Maybe some philosophy students may answer. Okay. And we cannot, first thing, you cannot complete everything for UPSC examination. A minimum required, that's enough. And confidence is required. That's all. So Ramanuja, 11th century, Sri Perumbudur, Vishishtadvaita. The next one. Second important name is Nimbarka. He lived in the 13th century. He was a Telugu. Birthplace, no idea. Okay. But he was a Telugu. His philosophy was called Dvaita. Sorry, not Dvaita. Dvaita Advaita. His philosophy was called Dvaita Advaita. Nimbarka. His philosophy was called Dvaita Advaita. Again, that name and the person is enough. Maybe their chronology will be asked, so I am giving the chronology in that same order. Shankaracharya, Ramanuja, Nimbarka. Now comes the third one. And he was Madhvacharya. Madhvacharya. It is not a Madhavacharya. Some books are wrongly written it as Madhavacharya. He is not a Madhava, it is Madhva. But how do you remember all these names? This is my normal job, na, that's why. Madhvacharya. Madhvacharya. If I was in the class, I would have remembered all your names by this time. But that's it. I like to remember the names and study the names and all. So I don't know whether is that a reason that helps me to remember the names. I'm not sure about that. But I always remember the name. It's not bossing. It is in a classroom I can manage. Up to 100 students I can manage. Shankar Academy weekend batches I used to manage. That's why I said that. Otherwise it is impossible. 250 students sitting in one classroom, no idea. That is for sure. But less than 100 students and some 5-6 classes, I can remember the names. Madhvacharya. When history names, I do love history. That's it. There is an interest to the subject. That's it. History was my subject from the childhood, and I am graduated and post-graduated in history only. So actually love for the history brought me to this. So that's it. Not an accidental history student. Okay. History was my subject. So Madhvacharya, again 13th century. He was born in Udupi. He was born in Udupi, Karnataka. And his philosophy is called Dvaita. His philosophy is called Dvaita. It is also called Tattvavada. 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 Also called Tattvavada. Then next, North Indian Bhakti movement. North Indian Bhakti movement emerged in the 13th and the emerged between 13th and the 15th century. That is during the Delhi Sultanate period. North Indian Bhakti movement was between 13th and the 15th century. Emerged between 13th and the 15th century during the Delhi Sultanate period, and it was divided into two: Nirguna and Saguna. Nirguna Bhakti and Saguna Bhakti. Any idea what is this Nirguna and Saguna? Any idea what is this Nirguna and Saguna? Do you have any idea what is this Nirguna and Saguna? Is there any idea? Ramesh, can you explain that? Nirguna is no good feature. Satya, it's not the term what we use in Kerala as a Nirguna. Okay, this not, the meaning is little different. Though now we uses that term for people, useless people, we use that term. That is little different. Ashwin Sriram answer is correct. That is worship of a god without a form or name. That is, there is a god, but he is not having any name or form. That is called Nirguna. That's why near that Alapura Kollam border, Ochira Parabrahmam, Nirguna Parabrahmam is there. Okay, but that is a bull is there, but I don't know why it is called a Nirguna Parabrahmam, I don't know. But Nirguna means it's a god without a form or name. Nirguna means a god without form or name. But there is a god. You worship that god, you believe in that god, but that god is not with any name or anything. Okay, that is called Nirguna Bhakti. On as Saguna Bhakti is worship of God with a definite form and name. We have Krishna, Shiva, Vishnu in the human forms. That is what is called Saguna. Saguna. See, Nirguna Bhakti, if you have idol worship, then how can it be a Nirguna? Idol is a form is there. So Nirguna Bhakti never has that. And the important Nirguna Bhakti saints of India. First one is Kabir Das. Madhvacharya's philosophy is Dvaida. I already told that Dvaida. Dvaida was the philosophy of Madhvacharya. Dvaida, also called Tattvavada. Dvaida, also called Tattvavada. Now coming back to this, Kabir. Kabir was the foremost. And the time period of Kabir, 1440 to 1580. This is the time period of Kabir. Why I am giving the time period? Because of reason. Because these Nirguna saints clubbed with chronological historical events was asked 3 times in the last 10 years. That after teaching that I will say one question, then you will understand. Kabir 1440 to 1518. He was a weaver by profession. He was a weaver by profession. He was a weaver by profession. Weaver by profession. Then he preached both Hindus and Muslims. He preached both Hindus and Muslims and advocated the unity of Hindu and Muslims. Advocated the unity of Hindus and Muslims. Then he opposed Sadi, child marriage, caste system, Parda system. So he stood opposed to this. Sadi, child marriage, caste system, Parda system. Then advocated the equality of men and women. He advocated the equality of men and women. Advocated the equality of men and women. Then his teachings are included in the Sikh holy book Adi Granth. His teachings are included in the Sikh holy book called Adi Granth. His teachings are included in the Sikh holy book called Adi Granth. Adi Granth. Then his work, that is his writings, his most famous work is called Bijak. His most famous work is called Bijak. Bijak. So that is Kabir. Then the next is Guru Nanak. Guru Nanak time period 1469 to 1538. That's a time period of, yeah, these are the Nirgunas. What I am mentioning now is Nirguna saints only. Kabir is the first one in Nirguna. Second is Guru Nanak, 1469 to 1538. Same, he developed this Nirguna. His followers established Nanak Panthi, Nanak Panth, that is a group of followers of Nanak. His followers established Nanak Panth, and it later developed into a religion called Sikhism. Nanak Panth. Nanak Panth is the group established by it's an order or a school, we can say, established by the followers of Guru Nanak. That is, his disciples created this Nanak Panth and to propagate the teachings of Guru Nanak. Like the Kabir's followers had Kabir Panth. Here Nanak Panth. And this is the only Nirguna tradition that eventually emerged as a religion. Only Nirguna tradition that eventually emerged as a religion, that is Sikhism. That you can easily relate if you know that Guru Nanak is a Nirguna saint. Then next is the third famous name associated with the Nirguna is Dadu Dayal. Dadu Dayal. 1544 to 1603, that's the time period of Dadu Dayal. 1544 to 1603, that's the time period of Dadu Dayal. 1544 to 1603, Dadu Dayal. Dadu Dayal established Parabrahma Sampradaya. Parabrahma Sampradaya. Also called Brahma Sampradaya. If the question is Brahma Sampradaya, that is Dadu Dayal. If it's Parabrahma Sampradaya, that is also Dadu Dayal. Parabrahma Sampradaya also Dadu Dayal. So these are the three important names. Then I will say one question which was asked. I think it was in 2013, first time this was asked. That is, there was a question that Guru Nanak, Kabir, Dadu Dayal. Question was that 1, 2, and 3. Who among the following was preaching in India when Babur established Mughal dynasty? That was a question. Who among the following was there when Babur established Mughal dynasty? Sorry. This was how the question was. So when Babur established Mughal dynasty? 1526. So now you have to take care who was there alive in 1526. Kabir died 1518, so it is not Kabir. Dadu was born in 1544, so he is also eliminated, and only one is there is Guru Nanak. 2018 also similar question asked, and 1 year also in between it was asked. So this three, Kabir, Bijak and all is asked. They could be asked in a different way, not related to religion also the questions can be asked. That's why I gave the time period for them. Now the Saguna Bhakti. Saguna Bhakti in India was divided into two. Question, who among the following was preaching in India when Babur established Mughal dynasty? You go and search 2013 prelims question. You will get that. 2013 prelims. I think it is 2013 only. Guaranteed. Because I had faced that question. This one, Saguna Bhakti is divided into two. Krishna Bhakti and Rama Bhakti. Krishna Bhakti and Rama Bhakti. Saguna Bhakti was divided into two. Krishna Bhakti and Rama Bhakti. And the popular Krishna Bhakti saints are, first one, Chaitanya. Chaitanya, he preached in Bengal, 15th century. Chaitanya, he preached in Bengal, 15th century. Krishna Bhakti. His philosophy was called Achintya Bheda Abheda. Don't ask the meaning, I don't know. His philosophy was called Achintya Bheda Abheda. Achintya Bheda Abheda. He popularized the Hare Krishna. See, we chant Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. That Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, that was started by this man, Chaitanya. Hare Krishna. He was called Gaurang Mahaprabhu. This Chaitanya was called Gaurang Mahaprabhu. Gaurang Mahaprabhu. So he popularized, he made this Krishna a popular god in Bengal region. He popularized all this. It spread from there to other parts of India. And finally, towards the end of his life, Chaitanya said that I am an Avadara of Krishna. Okay, that also happened. He himself declared that he is also an Avadara. So that is first one, Chaitanya Deva, Bengal, Ajindya Bheda Abheda, Hare Krishna, Gaurang Mahaprabhu. Then another popular name is Shankara Deva. Shankara Deva. Batch 3 may remember him. We studied Satriya dance and all. Shankara Deva, 15th and the 16th century. He popularized Krishna Bhakti in Assam. He popularized Krishna Bhakti in Assam. And his philosophy was called Ega Sharan Sambradaya. Ega Sharan Dharma. Ega Sharan Dharma, which was also called a Neo-Vaishnavite movement. Which was also called a Neo-Vaishnavite movement. Also called a Neo-Vaishnavite movement. Also called a Neo-Vaishnavite movement. Ega Sharan Dharma, also called Neo-Vaishnavite movement. Neo-Vaishnavite movement. Neo means new only, but the term is Neo. Okay, not New Vaishnavite, Neo-Vaishnavite. This philosophy was also called Mahapurashya Dharma. Not Mahapurusha, Mahapurashya Dharma. That also, I don't know the meaning. You write like this. It's very important also. Mahapurashya Dharma. Then other famous Krishna Bhakti saints are, Mirabai of Rajasthan. Mirabai of Rajasthan. And Narsi Mehta of Gujarat. Mirabai of Rajasthan and Narsi Mehta of Gujarat. Narsi Mehta of Gujarat. Mirabai Rajasthan and Narsi Mehta of Gujarat. Mirabai and Narsi Mehta. The next, Rama Bhakti.
Rama Bhakti was introduced by Ramananda. Mahapurisha Dharma is another name for Shankara Deva's Egasharan Dharma. Ramananda. He was the man who introduced the Rama Bhakti during the medieval times. So he was instrumental in making Ram a god in India. Ramananda, 13th century. 13th century. Then another famous, I don't have much points for Ramananda. If you have, you can check it. Okay. Just know that he introduced that. Then another famous is Goswami Tulsidas. Goswami Tulsidas during the 16th century. And he wrote a work, Ramcharitamanas. He wrote the book Ramcharitamanas. He wrote the book Ramcharitamanas. Wrote the book Ramcharitamanas. And this made Rama a popular god in India. This fame of this book. This book was written when Mughal emperor was Akbar. And the popularity of this book made Rama a popular god in India. Ramcharitamanas, written by Goswami Tulsidas. Tulsidas also wrote some other books. It includes Parvati Mangal. Parvati Mangal, Janaki Mangal. These are other popular works of this man. Janaki Mangal and Parvati Mangal. Hanuman Chalisa. Hanuman Chalisa was written by this man. I am not aware of that. Our Chandra Mohan says that Hanuman Chalisa was written by Tulsidas. So you can add that also. The next, there was another second book is Janaki Mangal. Janaki, Sita, Janaki Mangal. Then comes a person called Vallabhacharya. Vallabhacharya. He established Pushti Marga. He established Pushti Marga, which is also called a Rudra Sambradaya. Which is called Rudra Sambradaya. Also called Rudra Sambradaya. Also called Rudra Sambradaya. Then another name is Lal Dej, a woman saint who was a Shaiva Bhakti saint. She was a Shaiva Bhakti saint, Lal Dej. Where? Any idea? Have anyone heard the name of Lal Dej? Lal Dej is a Shaiva Bhakti saint. Lal Dej is a Shaiva Bhakti saint of Kashmir, 15th century. Kashmir, 15th century. Lal Dej, name is important. Just direct question, where she, that will be asked. Then Akka Mahadevi. Akka Mahadevi, 13th century, Karnataka, Shaiva Bhakti. 13th century, Karnataka, Shaiva Bhakti. Akka Mahadevi. So batch 3, you need that folk dances is also there and Sufism is also there. So you have to sit in my class for almost 1.5 hours. That I will plan accordingly. Okay. So that's all. Class is not finished for batch 3 also. Batch 3, that is Sufism is pending, and your folk dance is there. So we will see in the next class. Bye.